I sound to everyone? Who do I have, Bills or Jags? I don't care. I don't care. The NFL season is unfortunately completely over for me. Everything football related is absolutely meaningless, pointless, non-existent. There is no joy in football for me anymore. So who do I want to win the NFL championship? The Super Bowl? I don't know. What was the Tropic Thunder or Tropic whatever? I don't know. Fuck it. I'm a little too depressed to make jokes about sports ball. All right, perfect. I think we are all set. We have everything G to G. We are live on all platforms. So with that being said, if you are a Trump supporter, in a box. We're only looking for some debate, so please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, though, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP, of course. So do that. And we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, I'm sorry. We're looking for Trump supporters and anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. Let's go.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing.
Bam, bam.
Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right,
Or you don't even vote.
If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Yes.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Yeah, yeah.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard
Like a punch in the air.
in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
one wrong move, get cooked real quick. No,
cap,
no.
shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, yeah. You can get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong
move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Yeah.
Step in, don't you wanna?
Yeah.
Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place. This a flame space. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with not only Trump supporters, but anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are looking for some debates because I have made a decision, and it's a unilateral decision. And I know a lot of people may not like that, but I have decided that I am the decider. Not only am I the decider, I am the one who is saying this is what it will be, period. There's no room for any type of ambiguity. We're just not going to do it. So with that being said, we've set the 2028 Democratic platform, and we had to set it because we have to take our country back. And when I say take our country back, I more so mean force our country forward. Because I think there's a huge difference between, oh, the Republican Party is no longer in power. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. But the thing that we've had to deal with, and this has been an issue, right? This has been a massive issue for our country. The problem that we've had to deal with is that the Republican Party continues to gain power after the Democratic Party actually does anything to kind of get the country back on track. We got to start holding the Democratic feet to the fire. We just have to force them to be better. And in order to force them to be better, we got a couple of different things. LOL, what is it? LOL, shocker, you want free. Say you guys on TikTok, gotta beg people for money. Sure. Hey, Shuck Kidder or whatever, I don't give a fuck what your name is. Guess what? I'm gonna mute you, Bub, because I don't care what you have to say in the comments. You don't get to yip yap in my chat, but I will send you a request to come up. I will. My comments is not your safe space. No one cares about your fragility from the comments. Get in the box. Get in the box. I genuinely don't care what you have to say. MAGA, Trump supporters, just an FYI. You will be muted in my comments. I will more than happily give you a space to speak, a platform. I will give you the opportunity to share your thoughts, your voice, whatever you want to get across, but you will not do it from the comments. I refuse. Absolutely refuse. Because this is a place that I allow dissension. This is a place that I allow a challenge of thought. This is a place that I absolutely will let your voice be heard, but it will not be from the comments. I'm not going to let you be a coward. I'm not going to let you guys hide in the comments, hide in the shadows. I'm not going to let you say random stuff and then run away. So you can yip yap from outside of the club. You can watch while you can't comment, but you can't comment freely without saying it with your chest. Trump's your president. Sure, cool. Hey, guess what? So I muted you. Kuka is 46140. I can't send you a request to come up, but I can mute you. So now you don't even get to say Trump's your president in the comments. Anyway, like I said, if you disagree with anything on the background, or if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box, because we are only looking for some debates. This is the way forward. This is what we are doing all 2026. There are no ifs, ands, nor buts about it. If you are going to be a representation for the United States of America, for the Democratic Party, you have to be willing to do these things. You have to be willing to lock them up, RNC. Yes, we are going after every single Republican, hell, every single person that has defrauded, defund, defamed, harm the American government and people. Every single one of them. And I don't just mean Trump. Sure, it's easy to say Donald Trump, but I don't want to forget people like Stephen Miller, Steve Bannon, Elon Musk. We need to make sure that we hold every one of them, thank you for the cake, every single one of them accountable. I am not joking. But we also have to roll out universal health care. MAGA, Trump supporters, people on the right, I know you guys for some reason don't like, thank you for the cake, you don't like the fact that universal health care means that poor people will have access to health care. I know you don't like it, but I don't give a damn. I sincerely don't give a damn. We're going to force universal health care on you. Yes, you will have universal health care. No one cares about you not wanting your tax dollars to pay for universal health care. You will be paying for universal health care so you can have universal health care, so I can have universal health care, so the unhoused people, the unhoused vets, every single person in our country that's an American citizen will have universal health care, period. We're going to have to codify Roe. Tired of playing games with women's rights. No more. No more. Enough said. Free college, necessary, mandatory. It used to be a thing. I won't tell you why it's not a thing anymore. And last but not least, reparations for non-white people. I'm not just talking about Black people. I'm talking about indigenous people. Hell, I'm talking about the brown people that are being swept up in these ICE raids today. Every single person. These are non-negotiables. This is the 2028 DNC agenda. If you disagree or if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We will talk to you. And just one last reminder, if you crash out, you lose. We're all adults. We're not going to play these games. I refuse to actually entertain anyone who can't have a conversation. If you can't be an adult, you can leave. Sorry, not doing that. Okay, I don't think Brother B meant to be up here because Brother B is jamming. All right, I'm going to drop you down. Holy smokes. This is how we do it. Let's see. Hi, Tuka, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Nah, I don't fuck with Trump, nah.
Do you disagree with something on the background?
I mean, I don't really know.
Did you mean to request up?
I guess so. My bad.
You did mean to or you didn't mean to?
Nah, I guess I didn't mean to request up.
That's what's up. All right, I'm gonna drop you down then.
All right, man.
Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. No effing body. How are you?
Doing good, sir. How you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. No effing body. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter, but I do disagree with some things on the background.
Okay, cool. Really quick, before we get started, what can I call you? Because like you calling you no effing body is not true. You are absolutely somebody. What name can I call you?
You can call me either no or body or nobody, because I'm just a nobody, bub. Don't know what to tell you.
Oh, see, I don't like that. You aren't just a nobody. All right,
mean,
that's fine. How about I call you?
I guess, like more than anything.
Say it again.
I'm a nobody for truth, I guess. So.
Okay. So how about I call you Truth? Is that okay?
You can call me Al.
Al. I'll take Al. I'll take Al.
Or Al.
I'll take Al. No worries. I'll take Al. Okay. Really quick, Al. Before we get into it, quick question for you. Do you know who I am?
To a certain extent, I've seen your show a few different times. Yes.
Okay.
Santana politics and all that.
Okay. Listen. That's awesome. Listen, Al. Would you mind if I give not only you but everyone that's watching a proper introduction to not only who I am but what this is?
Absolutely. Feel free. I've seen it before. Feel free, brother.
Perfect. Give me one moment, Al.
I'll mute.
Welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana 101 debates with Trump supporters or people that disagree with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are only looking for some debates. So, guys, if you support Donald Timothy Trump or you disagree with any of the 2028 Democratic agenda points, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, if you agree with everything, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll push us out to the FYP. So if you don't mind, go ahead and knock those out. It's the little pink heart puffs. Last but not least, send your daily heart me. Look up at the top. If you see a gray heart, that means you have not sent your daily heart me. Go ahead and send that. It adds you to the team. It boosts the live. Do all the wonderful things. All right. We have Al up here. Al is not a Trump supporter, but he has a little bit of contention with the items on the background. So Al, I will give you the floor first. Where, I guess I should say, where do you want to start? What's the first thing that, catches your attention? You're like, not fucking with that.
It'd probably be Kamala Harris.
Oh, you mean the picture?
Yeah, on the back. Yeah.
Oh, I don't care about the picture. That's not the it's these. I don't care. Kamala Harris is just the up there because she's one of the actual Democratic poll runners or whatever. Like The people that are polling highest at the current point for the Democratic nomination is Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, and AOC. I added Jasmine Crockett because I fucked with Jasmine Crockett, but like the people, that's not the important part. The actual like demands, these are the important parts.
Well, kind of what they represent, the hypocrisy on the left and all that.
Oh yeah. No, I don't give a shit about what they represent, because see, the point of this, right? And the point of me saying that if you disagree, even if you aren't a Trump supporter, get in the box, it's so we can get alignment with the people on the left. It's so we can actually drive the agenda. I'm tired of the Democratic Party thinking they can actually dictate to us and tell us what we want or what we need or what we should have. And so the point of this is to align the left so we can dictate to them and say, this is what we demand, not this is what they'll give us. So I don't care about the people.
I mean, I care about their actions though too. Like Kamala, like the authoritarian. Like I hear the left going on about Trump, about being an authoritarian over Maduro and things like that. But I don't feel like Miss Harris there would really. She would be worse of an authoritarian by her own actions as a DA.
I don't care. I mean, let me make sure I make this very, very clear, because for some reason you want to hold on. Let me make sure I get this point across, Al. You want to talk about Kamala Harris. I don't care about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris isn't even the person that I'm hoping is the Democratic nominee. It's sure.
I've heard you make that statement.
Kamala would never. That's fine. AOC is my person that I'm going to be putting my weight behind and pushing to the moon as much as I possibly can. But the point being, Al, is it seems like you just want to talk about Kamala Harris and you want to talk about her history and all this other stuff. Al, I want to be very, very sincere when I say this, and I want to be very transparent, and I want to make sure you know where I stand. Al, I don't give a shit about Kamala Harris and her past record or any of this other stuff. I'm hyper fixated and hyper focused on the
future. If they don't care about the past.
Al, why are you so infatuated with talking about Kamala Harris? Tell me what has you so enthralled when talking about Kamala Harris? And please, when you have this conversation, please remember that you can't say the name of any drugs on TikTok Live. If you do, I'll have to kick you. So if you want to talk about something, say M drug, say F drug, blah, blah, blah. Got it? Yeah. All right, go ahead. What's your complaint with Kamala Harris?
It was more so the like I said, the authoritarian power that she wielded as a DA. I don't care about the drugs, whatever. Like I don't know what you were talking about there.
I'm saying you can't say the name of any drugs. Most times when people talk about Kamala Harris and they talk about the M drug and all this other stuff. So I was just throwing it out there so I didn't have to kick you.
Yeah, I didn't even know she was even associated with that stuff. But
yeah, she's associated with a lot of misinformation and disinformation.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing too: is I've had the left try to tell me that it was misinformation, disinformation, that she did not go after parents over truancy as a DA in San Francisco, and then also that she did not whenever the prisons were talking about overcrowding when she was a DA in California, how she held that authoritarian hold to keep the prisoners in there just for her own employment status.
That's the way literally that's not true, Al. Question for you, Al, just to make sure I get this in the open air.
If I can just finish.
No, because it's not true, and you're gonna get flagged for misinformation. TikTok hasn't been playing with misinformation lately. You're gonna get flagged for information, and Al.
If I do, then they're misinformed because it's
okay, that's perfectly fine. Stop talking for a second. Al, question for you. Very straightforward question for you, and I want a very truthful answer. Who did you vote for in the 2024 presidential election? Normally, I don't give a shit, but that's the question I have right now. Who did you vote for in 2024? Sent your request to come off mute.
Well, I actually I don't have any buttons on my phone right here.
Yeah, I sent you. I sent your request to come off mute. Who did you vote for in 2024 in the presidential election?
Absolutely. I did not vote in 2024.
Why not?
I have no faith whatsoever in Democrats or Republicans.
Who did you vote for in 2020?
2020, I voted for Joe Jorgensen.
Who did you vote for in 2020? I mean, in 2016.
2016. 2016. I think it was Gary Johnson, but in the primaries I voted for Bernie, actually.
Who did you vote for in 2012?
Gary Johnson.
Okay. All right. So
2008, Obama. 2004, Bush. That was it.
Okay.
That's my full record of
All
voting.
right.
How about you, sir?
Yeah,
You wanna
I
go?
voted for Kamala Harris. I voted for Joe Biden. I voted for Hillary Clinton. I voted for Barack Obama. That's my full history.
Nice.
Question for you. Go ahead and tell me specifically, why are you hyper fixated on Kamala Harris? What is the point of hyper fixation on Kamala Harris when she is not the actual Democratic nominee? But go.
Yeah, I don't think she didn't even earn the nominee in 2024, did she?
I don't care that you think that. I mean, like she did.
No,
She
I mean,
got
like
it.
she didn't
I don't care.
run in the primaries, correct? And then she,
Listen, Al. Seriously, I think that you may, if you've watched my live before, right? If you've watched my live before, you know for a fact that I find it meaningless to relitigate the presidential election of 2024 when it is literally 2026. That's why I even have 2028 on my background. I haven't even dug so deep to get to the midterms yet. I'm talking about the next presidential election. You want to go back and talk about Kamala Harris and what she did or didn't do. Like, again, I'm a little bit confused. I'm trying to give you a little bit of leeway so you can tell me why you're so fixated on it, but I really want to move on to the topics on my background, not the person that's in the picture. It's your misogynoir, and I don't give a fuck about it right now, Al. I'm trying to give you leeway. Land your plane, and let's move on to the actual background.
It seems like you're getting upset and you're not actually listening, because I told you it was her authoritarian powers that she did as a DA, and you did not care.
Perfect. Her authoritarian powers as a DA. Fine. Cool. Yes, absolutely. Great. Who gives a shit? Perfect. What do you disagree with on these points on the background?
The whole point of that is we're going over the past to talk about the future 2028 DNC
what
agenda.
What do you disagree with the points on the background? Where is your disagreement?
Probably the 2028 DNC agenda then.
Okay, which one? Which point, Bub?
I'm trying to pinpoint what exactly the DNC agenda is. Who's the front runner?
Okay. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to mute you because obviously you didn't listen to the introduction. You didn't listen to anything that I said. You didn't listen. So I'll do it again. To be fair, I'll do it again. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, not the picture. I don't give a fuck about the picture. That's aesthetics, the points. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with the points on the background. The 2028 Democratic agenda has to be not something that we're requesting, not something that we want, not a hope and a dream. This is something that we will demand. We will demand to lock them up, RNC. Specifically, any person that has hurt, harmed, defrauded, defunded the United States citizens, we will hold them accountable and we will lock them up. And I'm not just talking about the Republicans because, yes, it has RNC here, but if they are on the left, I don't care who they are. We're going to hold them accountable and we are going to make sure that they serve jail time, period. Universal health care. This is no longer a pipe dream. This is a must. We are the wealthiest country on earth and we demand health care, and every single American will have access to health care. No questions. Codify Roe versus Wade. I'm tired of playing about women's rights. I'm tired of talking about do women have the ability to actually regulate their own body and have the access to health care. I don't care. We're codifying it. Free college education. Free college is something that we can, will, and even have done in this country, and it should be instituted again, and we will demand that any person that's representing the Democratic Party in 2028 stands up for free college. Last but not least, reparations for non-white people. And I'm not just talking about black people. Yes, I am a black man standing up here doing a black ass live. And while I am doing a black ass live, I still stand beside indigenous people who have been wronged by the country. I still stand behind brown people that have been wronged currently by this country with what they are doing with the ICE raids. But yes, I definitely stand with black people, and black people should have reparations as well for slavery. So If you disagree with any of the points on the background, or if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. With that being said, Al, do you understand now?
Well, yeah, but that's not what you said originally. You said, is there anything you disagree with on the screen? And
No, I
told you
said
what
disagree with on the background. You're hyper fixated on the picture. I don't care about the picture, Al. The picture is for aesthetics. Did you read the words?
They're also, if lock them up RNC, but you want to lock up DNC as well and anybody else, why don't you just say lock up bad folks then instead of lock up the RNC?
I don't give a shit about your contention with my background, Al. Is there a point that you disagree with?
Literally going off your points. I'm telling you,
Al, do you have a point on the background that you disagree with? Yes or no? You said no?
And yes, and with what you said. Like,
okay, I don't give a shit about what I said. Which point on the background do you disagree with?
Okay, your very first thing, you said lock them up RNC, but also if you can lock up the Democrats too, so maybe you should change the wording on that.
I don't give a shit about what you think about the wording, Al. I want you to tell me why you disagree with locking up the RNC.
The words you used and the words on the box are two different things then, bub. I'm going to tell you.
Al, you at this point are becoming an energy vampire. And with you being an energy vampire, you're about to get kicked. So I need you to actually engage and lay out what is your actual contention, or move on. I don't care about how you think I should word the points on the background. I want you to engage with the premise behind the words. I need you to tell me, why do you have an issue with whoever the Democratic nominee is, saying that we will make sure that we hold each and every Republican who has wronged the country accountable for their crimes? Why do you have a problem with that, Al?
Okay. So let's say if it was Kamala Harris doing this, saying that, she would be a hypocrite whenever the prisons in California said that we need to let people go, and she wanted to hold them in prison longer. So
that's a lie. That's literally a lie. Okay, Al, go get that for me. Go get the information. As a matter of fact, nope. I'll entertain this. I'll entertain the Kamala Harris hate. I'll entertain your fixation on this Black woman. I'll entertain the nonsense that you continue to spew. Go get verifiable proof that Kamala Harris said that or even did that. And fun fact, I know for a fact that she didn't, because I've already verified this. So you don't get to speak anymore until you give me a verifiable source that proves that she said/did it. Go. As you do that, I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying, what's up, Santana? How are you doing after yesterday? Yesterday was tough. It was rough. I was sad. And now I'm on live dealing with stupidity. I don't know, whatever. Debbie's in the chat for Crystal for the $1 donation, saying, can't say much, but wanted to say headed to Lawrence, Kansas is calling a, I wanted to say I'm headed to what Lawrence, Kansas is calling a solidarity rally. It's the first time doing anything like this. And I'm 38-year-old white single mom of two using my voice today. I'm so freaking proud of you, Crystal. I am so freaking proud of you. Be safe, be careful, protect the people that you love around you, and use your voice. Debbie's in chat for Crystal. Debbie's in chat for Brandy for the $1 donation, saying, not sure how long I can stay, but I'm glad to at least catch some of your live, sending positive vibes, and hope you have a great stream. Thank you so much. It's not starting off that great, but we'll see how it goes. Al, you have to swipe back in every once in a while. If you don't, it'll kick you. So make sure you come back in for a moment, and then you can go back out. Debbie's in the chat for Sophie. Sophie, I'm pretty sure this is probably, oh, yep, it's Canadian. So I'm sure this is probably $20 Canadian, but it converted to, yeah, we'll just say $20 Canadian. Women deserve much more than AB rights. I agree. Women need equal pay, equal opportunities, equal safety. Women deserve to have pregnancy, live in a nation, or leave. I'm not sure what you mean by leave nationwide. Women deserve to have pregnancy. I'm not sure what you mean by that point. Women deserve to be treated as equals in all spheres of life. Women's rights issues are broader than AB. Love from all of Montreal. I completely agree. 1,000,000,000% agree. It's the background on bullet points. Al, again, you have to remember to swipe back in every few moments. If you don't, it'll kick you, and then you'll be off the live. So when you pull on that source, make sure you swipe back in. W's in chat for Brittany for the $20 donation, saying thank you again for talking with Daniel. Of course, He doesn't have enough decent men in his life to speak truth. And I can't tell him nothing. He was willing to listen to one of your YouTube videos while playing Arc Raiders last night. So I'm hopeful today. I hope, you know what? Good on him. I hope, you know, something I said made a connection. He actually made a huge impact on me. He made me hopeful yesterday. So hopefully I made some type of impact on him. W's in the chat from Mike for the $5 donation. I like 2025 Santana, but I'm fucking loving 2026 Santana. Listen, we are standing on big business, all gas, no brakes. I'm over the shits, but I'm beyond over the shits. You know how we do, Mike. W's in the chat as well for Trish for the $9.99 super chat. Say, do what I do when the Cowboys aren't in it. Cheer for a halftime show and commercials. Was cheering for the Panthers last night too. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. The 3-point loss against the Rams in the last few seconds and fucking yeah. W's in the chat for calling for the $1.99 super chat to say, please tell Al he needs new talking points. He does. He's still running off 2024. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Actually, beyond that, because Kamala Harris wasn't DA in 2024. I don't know. W's in the chat for E Telefano, who sent a $5 super chat to say, MAGA, YouTube comments isn't your comfortable zone debate. Yeah, they won't come from YouTube. They're scared. W's in the chat for more bait for the $5 super chat to say, did you see the video of ICE agent going into the porta potty with someone who's handcuffed? No, that doesn't shock me because they're predators. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Xavier for the $5 donation. Sound a while ago, you, Dean, and Parker changed my mind and my stance, and I've been watching and learning a lot from you guys. And thank you guys so much. I'm just confused about how we'll get universal health care. Can you explain it simply? Yes, we already pay enough in taxes to cover it. Boom. W's in the chat for Xavier. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Al, did you find that source saying that Kamala Harris held people in prison or denied people the access to be released from prison for her own gains?
Yes, I think Proposition 47, it says here. Give me 1 second, let me look further.
Sure. That was a long commercial break, but he's still looking.
I just don't know if you got New York Times and stuff, and it's
I don't care, but I can find anything that you need. Just give me an actual source, a title, somewhere I can verify it, and we'll go from there. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the little chili peppers. I'm going to keep resetting the gift goal. For anyone wondering what's happening, so we're engaging with the debates, but not with Trump supporters, with anyone that disagrees on the background. And after about 20 minutes of going back and forth with Al and all this other stuff, he finally said that he disagrees with the premise behind lock them up, especially if the candidate is Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris has a history as far as authoritarianism and locking people up and blah, 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 blah. And so after me over and over and over saying I want to actually engage with the points on the background, I've decided to entertain his points. And so he's looking for verification that Kamala Harris either kept people locked up longer than they needed to be, or actually said that she wanted to do that. All right, perfect. Go ahead, Al.
CNN Politics here. The headline is, as Harris makes case for presidency, her record as prosecutor draws fresh scrutiny. That's CNN.
Okay. All right, CNN, as Harris makes a case for presidency, her record as a prosecutor draws fresh scrutiny. All right, so CNN, I don't really give a fuck. Like I don't fucks with it, but fine. For this point, we'll get into it. Perfect. Now tell me where in this article it says that she actually either held people in prison longer than they were supposed to, or said that she wanted to keep people in prison for longer.
Give me 1 second. Let's get to
Mm-hmm.
it.
Just an FYI for anyone who has taken a look at this, taking a look at this article, which I have it up right here. It was updated on October 13th, 2024. So far, what I am seeing in this article with reading through, this is when she apparently stood strong and she was calling for the unaliving penalty of someone. There's a direct quote here: "For those who want this defendant to be put to death, let me say this simply: there can be no exceptions to principle." She wrote an opinion piece published in San Francisco Chronicles in 2024. Shortly after being elected the city's first female district attorney, I gave my word to the people of San Francisco that I opposed it. Oh, wait, sorry. She says she opposed the death penalty, and I will honor that commitment despite strong emotions invoked by this case. Sorry, she was saying that she doesn't agree with the death penalty. And it says here, just 4 years later, however, Harris pushed aside her long-held opposition of capital punishment when she announced plans to run for Attorney General for California. She vowed, if elected, she would enforce the death penalty as law dictates. As the Attorney General of California, she advocated for enforcement of state law under which the parents of the chronically taunt kids could be thrown in jail. Truant kids could be thrown in jail. But years later, during the first campaign in presidency, she expressed the regrets of some of the prosecutors had actually done so, saying it was never the intention of the law. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Do you have the place in the article where it says that she held
right
people?
There, that was one of the points that I made. Was
I don't give a shit about that point. You said that she actually held people. No, Al, what did you say? What was the claim? Why did I tell you to go get the article? What was the article supposed to say?
To putting people in prison that didn't deserve to be there. Do you think truancy?
You said your whole point. No, Al, you're being disingenuous. Your point was Kamala Harris advocated for people being in jail longer than they were supposed to, or she said that she wanted to put people in jail for or keep people in jail longer than they were supposed to. I need you to tell me where in this article actually says that.
2011, and after the Supreme Court in 2011 said that California was supposed to relieve their prisons and such. But
what does it say what you just in the article? Where is it say in this article, Al, that she said that
what you just read was the truancy point, and that was parents need to be in jail.
Listen, Al, I sat here and said that I would entertain the nonsense that you have, right? I said I would entertain that. And a part of the nonsense that I said that I would entertain is that you said that you would provide a source showing that she either said she wanted to keep people in jail longer than they were supposed to be there, or that she actually did it. That's part of what you said. Now you're switching to the truancy talking point. We can talk about the truancy talking point after you either prove that she did exactly what you said or admit that you were lying. One of the two, I don't care.
So the truancy is part of.
No. We can talk about truancy.
Why are you muting me?
I'm muting you because you're trying. I'm muting you because you're trying to run from the point, Al. We can talk about truancy after you prove the original point. Prove your original point or either admit that you lied, and then we can move on. I don't care which one.
So truancy is part of putting people in jail that don't deserve to be there.
Al. Can you prove your original point?
Is that not what you said to do?
Can you prove your Al? Either prove your original point or admit that you lied, and then we can move on to truancy. Your original point was, I'm going to state this one more time, Al. Al, I'm going to state this one more time. Al, you're crashing out, bub. Again, remember, if you crash out, you lose. Al, prove the point that Kamala Harris either advocated to keep people in prison for longer than they should have been, or she actually kept people in prison for longer than they were supposed to be. That was your point, that she advocated for keeping people in prison longer than they were supposed to be, or that she actually did it. You know, guys, I truly mean this when I say this. And it doesn't matter. if you are a friendly or if you are a Trump supporter. I don't care what it is. I think that in 2026, we have all reached a point where we know how to verify information, right? And I'm done with dealing with willful ignorance. I'm done with dealing with lies. I'm done with dealing with incompetence. I'm at the point where I'm willing to accept anything. I mean it. I'm willing to accept anything. If you tell me that I'm actually not Black, that I am a white man named Al, sure, I'll accept it, but you got to prove it. If you can prove it, I'll accept it for sure. But if you can't prove it, then you have to stop fucking saying it, and you have to admit that you're wrong. That's the one thing that I'm not letting people slide on. I am no longer letting people pivot. I am making people either prove it or admit that they fucking lied. I don't care about people trying to move on to the next points anymore. I'm having the ability to say that, you know what, I was wrong. Like, that shouldn't be something that actually breaks people's minds. That doesn't make sense. Why can't you just admit that you were wrong? That's fucking weird. We're adults. Let's do it. Al, do you have that source?
You don't change the parameters, do you, bub?
Al,
You've not changed the parameters whatsoever, have you, bub?
Al, do you have the source? Yes or no?
So you've not changed the parameters whatsoever in what you've said or nothing, have you?
Al, I've been trying to get you to engage with the background.
Those words or nothing, have you?
Al, I've been trying to get you to engage with the background. You didn't want to engage with the background. You specifically wanted to talk about Kamala Harris. You have been up here hyper fixated on Kamala Harris, and you wanted to talk about Kamala Harris. I kept telling you Kamala Harris is not the point. I don't want to talk about Kamala Harris, but you have constantly went back and forth and wanted to talk about Kamala Harris. And so I'm saying, fine, let's talk about Kamala Harris. But you don't want to provide a source. Bob, why are you out of the app right now? I'm sorry, not Bob.
You changed the parameters, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
What parameters did I change?
Whenever you first wanted examples of her locking people up for no reason, shit, I gave you that article.
That's not what I said.
Now I'm literally trying to find the specific words of her from the 2000. So you're saying what I'm referring to, the Supreme Court in 2011 and her opposing and fighting so hard to not release those criminals, quote unquote criminals.
Yeah. That's fine. That's the point that we've been getting across. Al, I don't care.
You're not familiar with that, is what I'm saying.
I am familiar, and I know you're wrong. That's why I originally told you don't say it, because you're going to get taken down for misinformation. You're literally wrong, and that's why I keep saying, if you can give me a source that proves that, I'm willing to accept it. But you don't have a source. You literally don't have a source. W's in the chat for Feisty for the $20 donation, saying thank you. Thank you, Feisty. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. W's in the chat for Kara, who sent a $1 donation, saying tell Al that he needs new points because he's speaking nonsense. I'd love to watch your lives. Thank you for all that you do. Kara, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being here. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying Al is probably not even from California. And if you're not from California, why do you give a F? It doesn't sound like you care about people anyway, supporting Donald Trump. This is the funny thing. Al is up here saying that he's not a Trump supporter, but Al has clearly displayed who he is and what he's about. And at the very least, he just hates the Black woman. It's super funny that he's fixated on the Black woman. So I don't know what's happening.
It's pathetic, dude. I literally told you I voted for a woman, and you're now making an identity.
I said you hate the Black woman.
Pathetic, dude.
Yeah, that's fine, Al. Can you? Man. I know, Al. Listen, I hear you crying.
No, I'm not. You're not going to sit there.
I can hear your heart
whenever you wish. That's
crying
pathetic,
out for me. I can hear your heart.
Nobody said anything.
Crying out for me. Al, you literally came in here.
You were bringing up the point.
You came here on my live, and you've willfully not engaged with the background. But now you're upset that I'm saying you have to prove the things that you're saying because you wanted to talk about something that wasn't specifically on the background. And I'm telling you, that's fine. That's fine. We'll talk about it, but you have to prove it. And now you're upset that you can't prove it, and I won't let you pivot.
Well, now I'm upset because you're putting words in my mouth and trying to make me out to be a misogynist and a racist when I didn't even bring up.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you think you are. I just want the proof.
You want to infer what I am, though.
Al, do you have the proof? Yes or no? Do you have the proof?
Yes, I have literally all the list of the list of headlines here talking about how
Okay.
here's what it says.
Okay, so just to verify, it's
okay,
not
wait,
in the
do you have-
CNN article, right? So I can close the CNN article. Is that accurate?
Yeah, because that was about the truancy, and you wanted to move around.
That wasn't
so that's
about
cool,
the
man.
truancy. We never talked about
Yes,
the
it
truancy.
was.
That,
The article
that's
was about
fine.
the
We never.
truancy. Yes, it was.
Yeah, that's not.
The people
that's
that
fine.
you
That's
won't even
fine,
let me
Al.
finish.
I don't care. Give me the source.
You won't even let me
Al.
express why I shared that or nothing,
Al,
bub.
yeah, that's fine. Give me the source now that you have that says that Kamala Harris was either advocating for keeping people. Give me the source that Kamala Harris was advocating to keep people in jail for longer than their sentence, or that she actually did it. What's that source? And yeah, I see Lee said that normally she agrees with me, but now I'm bullying. Lee, if you think that actually making people be accountable for the things that they say and making sure that they can prove the thing that they say is bullying, then I think that's a bigger problem. Because letting people spread misinformation and disinformation, especially when we have gone through this over and over and over, people are susceptible to things like that. And when you have people who are not only agents of chaos like Al here, because Al is sitting here saying that he doesn't actually support Donald Trump. He doesn't support Kamala Harris, but yet he's sitting up here railing against Kamala Harris, which isn't even the point. Lee, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate you, but this isn't bullying. This is holding someone accountable for their words. And if Al can actually prove his words, then he should stop using those words, period.
So why do you put words in my mouth about?
That's fine. You're crying. Do you have that source?
No, man. Like seriously,
Okay, so you don't have the source. Perfect. That's all I need to know. I don't care, Al. I don't. You literally, I gave you an opportunity. I wanted to talk about the background. You didn't want to talk about the background. You wanted to talk about Kamala Harris. I told you this wasn't about Kamala Harris. You wanted to hyperfixate on Kamala Harris. And so when I made you prove the things that you were saying about Kamala Harris, now you want to whine, cry, and complain. I don't care about your feelings. I don't. I'm sorry. This is not a therapy session. I am not your therapist. You are not paying me to care about your feelings. So I don't care about your feelings. I only care about the facts. And if you don't have the facts, then you should stop saying the stuff that you're saying, especially when you will not engage in the background. I don't know what you want me to do with that one. I genuinely don't know what you want me to do with that one. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, not the picture, the points. If you disagree with any of these things, this is why I've been talking about these things, and I'm not talking about the picture. The picture, just aesthetics, just fluff. The points, that's the substance. This is the steak, this is the sizzle. This is the steak, this is the sizzle. Focus on the steak, not the sizzle. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I am a Trump supporter.
Okay, and your name is Salamini?
Somali Zionist.
Somali, okay. Somali.
And if somebody asks me why I'm Somali and Zionist, because I'm from Somaliland.
I don't care.
Just I'm gonna be getting
That's
comments.
fine. I don't care. No, I don't want to talk about that. I don't care. I don't care about your username. Okay. I'm just gonna call you Somali. That's fine. Somali. So you are a Trump supporter. Perfect. So this is the 2028 DNC agenda. These are the things that we're going to use to not only take the country back, but we are going to use these things to progress the country. We're going to use these things to actually benefit people like yourself that don't even support the left. Somali, can you point to anything on the background that you think is a losing issue for the Democrats?
Okay, well, first thing is universal health care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think universal health care could be good if it's a system like Holland. Like I know Netherlands has one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Mm-hmm. And then Switzerland as well. If it could be like those countries instead of, Canada's version where like you literally have to wait 10 hours to see the doctor in the emergency room. and people are dying in the waiting rooms.
Canada has shorter emergency waiting room times than the United States of America.
That is absolutely false.
That's absolutely true. I can prove it. Would you like the source, or as a matter of fact, can you find the source to tell me that Canada has a longer wait time? Because I have the source.
There is no way that is true.
Sure, that's fine. Tell me what you're verifying that information off of.
I have family in Canada right now that are really struggling with the ER system there, and people are dying in the waiting rooms.
That's fine. Sure. Can you give me a source that I can verify? I don't know your family. Can you give me a source that actually verifies that? Because I can give you a source.
Well, I've never had to. I travel a lot to different states. I don't have to wait that long to see a doctor in ER. So
yeah, that's cool story. But like again, the point that I'm getting to,
can you find me the source? Can you find me the source then?
Yeah. My source is the World Population Review. This ranks the healthcare waiting time for each and every country, and with the United States, as far as the wait time, when it comes to the only thing that the wait time is shorter for with the United States than Canada is the wait time to see a specialist. Everything else, the wait time, whether it's emergency, 1 day waiting, median day waiting, surgery, replacements, all of these things, they are shorter in Canada versus the United States of America. Also, let's see here, with the National Center for Health and Science, it breaks down the wait times for multiple types of emergencies, multiple types of issues within the United States, and it looks at the actual visits, and it's reviewing the information by 155.4 million visits, and it breaks down the actual different types of visits, blah 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 blah. Anyway, like I said, the overall wait time for Canada versus
I have personally never experienced.
Finish my sentence. The point that I'm getting across is the wait time for emergency care is shorter. And so saying that it's not, that's just a lie. So give me any source that proves that you're right.
So what I'm seeing in my sources from what I see on the news, right?
That's
number one news, and then what I see, and then what I hear from my fam that lives in Ontario, Canada.
Right, but that's not
they tell me, in the news, they tell me. Well, in the news, what I see is I believe Canada's healthcare system is collapsing. Okay. They have really difficult times. Like somebody died the other week.
Okay. Can you give me a source that actually proves that their healthcare system is collapsing? And
I don't in America, I never hear people talk.
Somali, can you like focus with me on this for just half a second, right? I don't care about you making claims.
And what I'm saying is I'm okay with universal health care.
Listen to me
as long as it's the Netherlands version and not Canada's version.
That's fine. I don't care about you making claims. You just have to be able to verify your claims. If you can't verify, then please don't make it. But you can continue to talk about why you think that universal health care won't work. And the premise
it could work as long as it's the Netherlands version, or I believe France has a good system as well, or Scandinavia, and not Canada's version, because Canada's version is literally collapsing. It's collapsed.
Okay, Somali, can you get me anything showing
nobody can get a family doctor there?
Somali,
they're struggling there.
Hey, stop saying stuff that you're not willing to prove. Seriously, if you're not willing to prove it, then stop saying it.
Okay,
what's so hard about that?
Let's move on to the next topic.
No. Can you admit that you don't have a source to prove the thing that you just said?
No, these are all like things from I see on the news.
Okay, then it doesn't matter, because who are we going to believe, the actual sources or your lying eyes?
What I'm saying is that I don't see in CNN or New York Times of America's healthcare system collapsing, people having to wait 10 hours in ER.
Yeah, okay.
But I see that constantly in Canadian news.
That's fine. Give me a source from Canadian news that proves what you're saying then.
Um, so you want me to go like get off here and look for the source for
Swipe
you?
up for a
Mhm.
second. You won't be kicked out of the live. You can swipe out like you're looking for a text message. Go grab me a source, come back, and I will verify it. The point that I'm trying to get across, and which that's fine if you don't have a source. I just
Okay,
need
let
you
me.
to
I'm
stop
on my
saying
I'm
the
on my
thing.
laptop too.
Sure,
So let me.
that's fine.
I
Give me
can.
an actual source that says the Canadian healthcare system is collapsing.
Okay.
Debbie's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 donation, saying, just in case you haven't heard it lately, I'm really proud of you. We are proud of you. We're so grateful for your conviction, passion, and advocacy. Thank you, Santana. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. I think the point that I'm just trying to get to now is that, like, I think that the world that we've been living in, people, it's weird that people live in different realities, and there's a break as far as like what's truth, what's facts, and I just don't want to deal with that anymore. I think that that's nonsense. So like that's where we are. But thank you so much for that $5 donation, Amanda. Thank you so much for Laugh Out Leslie for the $5 super chat to say sources or shushies. Exactly. I'm good with it. I don't care which one. I just need something that verifies that. So yep. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. The actual points, we are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, thank you for the balloons. What up, Rick? Tap the screen, share the live, and make sure you give me a follow. You look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. If you see the gray heart, that means you haven't sent your daily heart me. Go ahead and send it. It's $1. It'll boost the live. Somali, do you have that source that says Canada's
right now.
healthcare system is crashing?
I'm getting a lot of articles right now of Canada's health system is collapsing, but I wouldn't find an actual like a really good source for you.
That's no worries. You can take your time. Just go ahead and let me know when you have that source available, and then we can move forward.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, guys, as we wait.
But why does it
give me
like
the source?
Okay. So do you want it to be like Canada's is what it is? Do you want our healthcare system to be like Canada's?
Okay. Do you have that verifiable source saying that Canada's healthcare system is crashing or collapsing? Sorry, not crashing, collapsing.
So the Globe and Mail.
What?
Yes, the Globe. It says it's called the Globe and Mail.
The Globe and Mail. Okay.
Yes, the Globe and Mail.
That's fine. I will actually engage. Can you give me the, how do I find this? What's the title? What am I looking for?
Okay, let me actually say this healthcare, which one? Fraser Institute. It compares performance. Why is this debate on Canada? I don't get it.
That's because you made the point and you made the claim, and I told you what you're saying is not true, and you won't actually.
No, because it's the fact that Netherlands has better.
That's fine, but
system.
you kept
not all universal healthcare is created
equal. Harping on the point that Canadians' healthcare or Canada's healthcare system is collapsing. I'm telling you that it's not true. You keep saying it over and over and over, and so now we're at the point that if you're going to keep saying it, then you have to prove it. So either you can prove it or you can stop saying it. I don't care which one, but it has to be one of the two.
Okay.
So are you willing to no longer say that?
So comparing performances of universal healthcare countries 2025.
Okay. What's the source name, and then read the title again.
Fraser Institute studies comparing performance.
Fraser Institute?
Yeah, Fraser Institute comparing performance of universal healthcare countries 2025.
Comparing one more time. Sorry, read the title.
And by the way, somebody did die in the healthcare system.
That's fine. Read the title again for me. Comparing what?
Comparing performance universal healthcare countries 2025, Fraser Institute.
healthcare countries. Let's see here. Fraser Institute comparing performance healthcare. Wait, no, that's not. Oh, here it
Healthcare
is. Yeah,
countries, 2025.
comparing performance of universal healthcare countries, 2025. Right, and so at the top it says Canada has fewer doctors, hospital beds, MRI machines, and longer wait times than most other countries with universal healthcare. Okay, perfect. So this study, now tell me from what this study helps you get to the conclusion that Canada healthcare system is collapsing.
It's in critical condition. I don't think anybody has said it's collapsed.
You said it was collapsing. Those were your words.
It's not collapse. It hasn't collapsed, but it's in critical condition.
You said Canada's healthcare system is
okay.
collapsing.
I take that. I do retract that statement. It's not. Obviously, it's not collapsed. People can go to the hospital. People are still. It's not a state of collapse.
Okay. So just an FYI,
but it's in a crisis. It's in a critical condition.
Sure. This information from the Fraser Institute just ranks the Canadian universal healthcare system versus other healthcare systems all around the world, right? And so while it is multiple key indicators that they rank towards either the bottom of or specifically the cost, they rank at the top, which I get, or not the top, but number 3 out of 31, which is still kind of the bottom. It's still comparing them to other healthcare systems across the globe. Now, one thing that I would love to do is dig into the if, ands, whys, or whatever behind this, as far as like what deals with these factors, but it still doesn't prove that the actual healthcare system in Canada is collapsing, which was your original statement.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure,
yes,
sure.
But I do take.
But now, when you talk about the healthcare system that is, and when you look outside of universal healthcare, and you talk about overall the healthcare system throughout the world, Canada is widely considered anywhere between the 7th or the 10th, ranked healthcare system in the world, and this is comparisons.
That's not true.
And these are comparisons from the WHO. This is also comparisons from the Global Burden of Disease.
This
study,
is from the Fraser
and
Institute.
then also the World Health.
Wrong. In 2023, Canada ranked 27 out of 30.
I sat there and let you speak. I'm finishing telling you where my sources are that give the rankings that fall between 7th and 10th as far as overall healthcare systems in the world. When you're talking about the Fraser Institute, you're only comparing Canada to all universal healthcare, and only universal healthcare. I'm talking about healthcare systems around the world, because your point was that they're collapsing. And my point being is, if they're ranked anywhere between the 7th and 10th best healthcare system in the world, how could they be collapsing? That's the point, Somali. That's literally my point. This is verifiable through the World Index of Healthcare Innovation, through the Global Burden of Disease study, and also through the WHO. Literally, all of those things. They even highlight some of the things that listed are the strengths of the strengths of Canadian healthcare is overall population health and outcomes, the effectiveness of the system attending to healthcare goals, and they also say things like actually treating disease prevention and infrastructural for specific incidents. So they're saying that like Canada actually exceeds in all of those things. One couple of things that they list out as weaknesses is the actual primary care and specialists. There is a lack of access for doctors in Canada. Yes, that's something that it has absolutely been highlighted. And then also there is a lack of innovation overall when it comes to their healthcare system. So the point that I'm getting across is, while I will engage with your information from the Fraser Institute ranking the actual healthcare system of Canada when it comes to universal healthcare systems, it doesn't equate to healthcare systems across the globe, Somali. So can we move off of this point, or do you have something showing me that Canada healthcare system is actually collapsing? Because that was your point. And you're muted.
And we can disagree. Agree to disagree.
Okay, then you have to stop saying that because you haven't proved your point.
You haven't
Is
proved
that
your
fine?
point either.
I literally gave you multiple sources that rank the overall healthcare system within Canada anywhere between 7th and 10th in the world.
So you're saying Canada has a 10th, according to the source you have, Canada is either has a 7th to 10th best healthcare system in the world?
Yes, when you stack up all the healthcare systems.
That's absolutely. So you're saying Canada has better healthcare system than Switzerland and Belgium
That's not what
and
I said.
all the Scandinavian
did I make that
countries? And
statement? Did I make that statement? What was my statement?
there's multiple. That's okay. Let's just move on. So I want to talk about Kamala Harris. I'm glad she lost.
No, I don't want to
because
talk about Kamala Harris. I don't care about Kamala Harris. I want you to address the points on the background. You said that you don't think healthcare is something that would be a winning thing for, universal healthcare. So why is universal healthcare not something that we can get across the finish line here in the U.S.?
I do think I think universal healthcare could be a good thing if
Okay,
it
so you
was
don't have
like
any contention about it. Yeah, I know if it was like the Scandinavian, yes, that's fine.
Netherlands
I
or
don't
like
care about
I
that
think
point. Do you
Netherlands
have
or
an actual
France.
issue with? Yeah, I don't.
Even the
I don't
NHS
care
in
about
England
you.
is better.
Yes, I don't care about which one you think are better. That's fine. Or do you have a problem with actually instituting universal healthcare? Yes or no?
Do I have a problem with it? No, I don't have a problem with
Okay,
it.
perfect. So we're not going to talk about that topic. Which topic on the background do you think is a losing topic for the Democratic
Okay,
Party?
codify Roe v. Wade.
Okay. All right. So you don't think that Roe v. Wade should be codified?
Wait, I have a question. What is lock them up RNC? What do you mean by that? Lock them up RNC?
Yeah, lock them up RNC means that the people that have engaged in illegal activities on the right while having power should be held accountable for every single law that they have broken, and not only hold accountable, but we should punish them. The United States has two major failures, in my opinion, as far as people that have been overwhelmingly harmful. The first thing was the traitors that tried to overthrow the Union with the Confederacy, and the fact that they were never properly punished. They were reintegrated back into the country. They should have been made to face the wall, and we went that route. But then also the actual January 6ers, they were let off. They were freed after Donald Trump retained power. These were people that tried to overthrow the government of the United States of America. They were treasonous, they were traitors, and I'm not saying that they deserve to be unalive, but they should all still be in jail today, including Donald Trump, for the attempt to try to coup our country.
Okay, I got it. So I want to go back to codify Roe v. Wade.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is a wrong thing to do because abortion is wrong. Abortion is
why?
Because you're an atheist, Santana. You clearly have
Who
no.
said I was an atheist?
Because you are an atheist. Because you.
How do you know I'm an atheist?
Because you support abortion.
No, you don't know anything about my religious beliefs, and that's a large assumption.
You're a secular American. It's okay to be one.
Okay.
Actually, it's not okay for you because you're gonna.
How do you know I'm an atheist?
Because you support abortion.
Got it.
And that is very wrong.
I had a question for you. So atheists, like they wouldn't believe in like any type of representation of like religion, whether it be like the Star of David or like the cross or things like that, right?
No, they wouldn't believe in that.
Yeah, so like,
but
that's
you're
not something
against
that they would
Christianity
proudly,
if you support
that's something
abortion.
that they, hey, follow me on this one. That's something that they wouldn't actually proudly represent in any way because it's bringing attention.
But you're not Christian, Santana. Right? You're not Christian.
I'm just verifying things with you. If they don't believe in this, then they wouldn't actually have any type of representation because they wouldn't want to highlight those things, right?
But you're not.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
So that you're right. So they wouldn't wear those things or have those things because they wouldn't want to highlight those things.
Okay.
Got it. Got it.
Got it,
Hey,
yes.
what is this? On my neck, right here. What is this?
Are you Christian, Santana?
What is this? What is
That's
this?
a cross.
Okay, what is this?
That's an I don't know what that's a different Orthodox cross.
That's absolutely right. So before you make assumptions about me, maybe you should actually, question whether I have.
You are
any
not
belief.
Christian though. You're not gonna bastardize Christianity to
Mhm.
I will not allow you to bastardize Christianity.
Yeah,
and
no,
call
it's
it-
actually
and
you that's bastardizing Christianity. It's people
it
like
is
you
because
that
God is
bastardize-
against. And
No,
let me
God
guess,
is
you're
not.
you're for gay marriage. You're
Yes.
for trans
Yes.
rights. So you're
Yes.
not a Christian.
No,
How dare
you know what it is? You know what
How
it is?
dare you bastardize my religion?
I don't care. Stop talking while I'm talking. Seriously, have impulse control. Be an adult. We're going to go one at a time. We're going to go one at a time. The problem that I have with organized religion is not the belief or faith. It's the people, you specifically, the people that believe that they're supposed to use their religion as a sword to harm people, their sword to cut down people, their sword to actually attack people. And that's not what religion is about. There's no premise for any religion that specifically says, oh, go out and hurt everybody. The premise of religion is to be a good person, to be a kind person, to do good things, right? And when people like you come forward and say, I'm a Christian, and I think that you should be punished for this, or you should be punished for that, or you shouldn't have access to this, or you shouldn't have access to that, you are literally turning other people away from your religion. That's literally what you are doing in this very moment. So I don't care about
Christianity
those fake,
there's laws in
I
our
don't care about those fake people who weaponize their religion because they believe in the Bible book. They believe in fucking Harry Potter's storytelling book.
How dare you?
Care. Yes,
This is
I said it. It's
my religion.
The Bible is just
You're
as,
not
the
Christian.
Bible,
Don't call yourself
Christian. The Bible is just as real as Harry Potter. Because
You're not
none of this
Christian.
information is verifiable. The premise of religion is faith. And faith is believing without knowing. You can't verify these things, so you can't say that you're 100% right. But the thing that you can verify is through all of the religious texts, you're supposed to be a good person and do good things. And that's not what you're doing.
So
I don't
you
care
just said,
who.
So are you?
You can talk about multiple forms of
So
religion.
are you
I don't
Christians?
care about the messenger. I care about the fact that you get the message. You guys want to argue about the messenger. Did you get the message? Yes or no?
I got the message, but
You
are you
obviously
Christian?
didn't, because you
Are you
continue
Christian?
to attack people.
I want to know, are you even Christian?
My actual premise as far as my religion means nothing to this debate.
But I want to know, are you
I don't
Christian?
care if you want to know. I'm not answering that question. I don't answer that question on live because it has nothing to do with the debate.
Okay. It does have everything to do because you literally have a cross on, and you're bastardizing my religion. My religion is not a culture costume for you.
That's fine. Who cares?
It's not a
Tell me about why. Tell me about why you think codifying Roe it shouldn't happen.
Because it shouldn't happen because it's wrong. I believe that we should not do abortion. Abortion is against God. It's against what made America great, which is Christian values. And exactly. So I think it's wrong. Most Americans do not. Actually, I'll take that back. I think it's
exactly. You know not to say that, because if you did, I was going to make you prove it. And there's multiple sources.
Yeah, that's true.
It's way more than 50-50.
I was too lazy.
It's
for
way
that.
more than 50-50. There's multiple Pew Research.
I didn't have the energy to get the source. I just took it back.
I'm glad you're learning that you can't make those statements without being held to task to prove it. Perfect. So your premise as far as abortion is that you think it's wrong, but why do you think it's wrong?
It's wrong because it's against God, and because it's against God, God told us it's wrong.
Specifically against God?
And why it's wrong? It's because you're killing a human life.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was looking for. So you think abortion is murder?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. You believe abortion is murder. Would you actually support a nationwide abortion ban?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Would you give exceptions like life of the mother, incest, or grape? Would you give those exceptions?
I'm okay with it if it's for like rape or
Grape.
life of grape or like incest or life or like the life of the mother. I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect. So you are good if with abortion,
but it would be hard
abortion
to
ban,
like.
if it would be with those major exceptions. That okay, perfect. Last question that I have for you: would you be good with instituting this nationwide abortion ban that actually is enforced and whatever is needed to be done outside of actually putting a weapon to someone's face and unaliving them? Like any other measures of enforcement, you would be good with that?
No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
No, I said outside of like pulling a weapon on someone and enforcing it. Like you would be good with enforcing it to the fullest extent of the law, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. All right. I got an idea, and I want to hear what you think about the idea. But I need to say a couple of thank yous, and then we'll go from there. Really quick. What are your pronouns?
She, her.
She, her. All right, perfect. Just wanted to verify that. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to say a couple of thank yous, and then I got an idea that I think that you may be able to get behind. All right, 1 second. W's in the chat for Tasha, who sent a $10.34 donation saying, Canadian here, our system is not perfect, but we can get sick and have an emergency without going broke. I feel like that saves more lives. P.S. You're a boss. No, you're a boss. I completely agree. W's in the chat for yours for the $10 donation saying, hey, it's, I say you're honest. Yono, hey, Yono. Santana for president. You're loved and appreciated. I don't know about for president, but I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat for Cindy for the $2.22 said, have you ever done a late nights with Santana on misinformation, disinformation? I literally have that set up, and I wanted to get to the bottom of that because I think this is a huge thing. But no, I haven't gotten the opportunity to do that one yet. If so, I missed it. I will. It would be a good one. I like how spot on and how to spot it and combat it. I think that's important. And yes, that is being set up to complete. W's in the chat for Chris Lee for the $2 donation saying, I'm dual and part of the Canadian health and parts of the Canadian healthcare systems with issues are with the provinces that want more American style healthcare, always conservative provinces. Yes, they see the amount of money being made in the United States healthcare system. W's in the chat for Alicia, who sent a $5 donation saying healthcare is a joke in the United States. Yes, it is, but it's a profit machine. W's in chat for Sophie for the $2 donation saying, I went to the emergency room with my son this week. We were seen in 2 hours and taken in charge a bunch of
somebody died in Canada the other week. Somebody got.
I'm reading out thank yous. This is not.
These Canadians are.
Yeah. Hey, this is not for you right now. I need you to have impulse controls, stay on mute. I'm just saying thank yous and reading out people messages. Got it? Charged by a bunch of specialists. All of it was free. We might not have the best system, but I'm grateful that we have access without having to crawl under crippling debt. Again, love from Montreal. Thank you so much. Holy fucking shit, guys. W's in the chat for Karen, who sent a $55 donation. You're fucking awesome. Just an FYI, this is what they're referring to, even though it doesn't know that exactly. Yeah. No. I found that as well. And I completely already know. W's in the chat for Kara. Thank you so much for that donation and also that link. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $3.45. I'm thinking that's a $5 Canadian cent. I have an argument, and I personally haven't seen it run. Do you think it could, if it could be argued by Christian guess against abortion? Is input in the Bible and biblical beliefs into law? Would it be imposing on the free will? They believe God intentionally grant humanity much love. Sure, but also like the Bible kind of contradicts that. The Bible contradicts the idea of free will. Like there's verses that directly push back on the premise of free will. So like, yeah. W's in the chat for JoJo for the $5 donation saying guests bastardizing their own religion. Jesus spoke of love and acceptance of everyone. FYI, the Bible talks about abortion. Yes, the bitter waters. W's in the chat for America for the $5 Canadians. Just say thank you, Santana from Canada. W's in the chat for Paige for the $10 donation saying a cross is not going to save this guest. No, it's not. And it's weird that they think so. W's in the chat for Kat for the $5 donation saying if her husband owns a pharmacy, she's nuts. And then followed up with another, Shannon, holy shit, with a $50 donation. Guys, fucking W's in the chat for Shannon for the $50 saying nothing about this guest personifies Christianity. I completely agree. And that's the problem. Like, that's the massive problem. W's in the chat for Kara for the $5 donation saying please ask the guest what protections.
So because I believe in Christian values.
Please ask the guest what protections Roe v. Wade include and where in the Bible is it says
people are attacking,
not to harm the baby in the womb.
I'm not going to be quiet. These people are.
I'm finishing up my donations. I'm literally just reading off what these people are saying. You and I will get back to it in 2 minutes. Just a little bit more impulse control. Just a little bit. Bet they don't know that either. You're absolutely right, Kara. I completely agree. I'll stop here because I want to get into the conversation. There's more thank yous to get to, but I do want to read this one off. Debbie's in the chat for Marie for the $6.66 saying, caller, it's not your religion. Are you a god? Can you claim it belongs to you and only you? Can I reject that? You do not own religion, and the sin of pride is the state of your own Christianity is an offense. Also, hey, Santana, much love, Marie. Guys, there's some more thank yous I'll get to, but I do want to get into the actual debate because you guys are fucking awesome and you're going off. So I will read the rest of those donos out in just a few minutes, but if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, look up at the top. You see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure you're following. This is the backup account. Follow the backup account, but follow the main account as well. We'll be on the main account later, so make sure you follow both of them. All right. Somali, I want to actually get to something that I think is super important because your premise as far as like abortion being wrong and abortion being murder, and you believe in the exceptions. You would agree to a nationwide abortion ban, and even more so, you would actually agree in full enforcement of the ban to the fullest extent of the law. Did I misrepresent anything that you said?
No, you didn't.
Okay, perfect. So Somali, question for you. Or not question, an idea, because I don't have a uterus. And so I am incapable of actually carrying a child. So I don't really like to talk about the premise as far as what women should nor shouldn't do with their bodies. But I do have a penis and I have the ability to actually help create life, right? And so since I have an idea for men, and I would love to know your thoughts because I've never had the opportunity to have this conversation with a pro-life person that actually is a woman. So question for you. How would you feel about mandatory vasectomies?
Mandatory vasectomy?
Yeah.
That's wrong. That's absolutely.
Listen for half a second. So if we do mandatory vasectomies, what we do is eliminate the need for abortions, right? Because abortion is murder. And so we eliminate that even happening. We can do mandatory vasectomies because vasectomies are reversible up to 5 years. Of course, it differs depending on the person, but after 5 years, it only slightly starts to reduce the level of effectiveness. So if we actually do mandatory vasectomies, it reduces the need for birth control, right? Because vasectomies are an outpatient procedure. It's quick, it's safe, and it's safer and more effective than birth control, whether we talk about the pill, the shot, or IUDs. It's something that men recover from super quick, and they can also freeze their sperm beforehand. So if they make the decision that they don't want to get the vasectomy reversed, they can still actually have a baby. So we don't have to worry about a dip in the population. All of these things can be done, and we can address the root cause of the issue, which is the men and their sperm, instead of dealing with the symptom, which is a woman and needing an abortion. How do you feel about that one?
abortion is wrong because
Yeah, we're not
there's
talking about
also
abortion. We're talking about
there's a
mandatory
lot of
vasectomies.
vasectomy is wrong because vasectomy, I haven't done research on whether it's a sin in Christianity, but I believe it is.
It's not.
But
There's
believe
nothing
it-
in the Bible. There's nothing in the Bible that
oh yes, because
actually
the
addresses
vasectomy wasn't a surgery that was available 2,000 years, of course.
Exactly.
So
the Bible doesn't directly address vasectomies
but
at
why?
all.
Okay, but why is abortion wrong? Because you're
No,
killing
we're
a
not talking
baby.
about abortion.
But it has something to do with
Somali,
that.
I need
It
you to
has
lock in for me
exactly
for
what
a
to do
second.
with it.
I need you to lock in for me a second.
But you're telling me the problem is not men having sex with women.
I need you to lock in for me for a second because again, we're not even addressing abortions because like that's a symptom. I would love to address with the root, address the root cause. You're saying that you can't get behind mandatory vasectomies. I'm saying why? Why do you think mandatory vasectomies are something that you can't get behind?
Because the problem is not the men; it's the women who are killing their babies.
Right, but if we eliminate the women from being able to make the decision by addressing the men, then we don't have to worry about that. So again, taking the power out of the women to even get to that point, like we're literally unloading the weapon. You don't understand it.
You don't understand it. You don't get it. It's against these women should not be having sex outside of marriage of situation where they shouldn't be having.
Wait,
everything,
hold on.
Everything, all of this comes from God. All my
that's fine. I'll accept that.
From God.
Question for you.
My morality comes from God.
Yeah, that's fine. I accept that. The question though I have for you, Somali, though, is you said these women shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage. Should the men be having sex outside of marriage? Because if the women shouldn't, but the men should, then who are the men having sex with?
But it's not the men that are getting the abortion. It's the women that are getting the abortion.
Exactly. I agree.
The sin is on them. Sin is on them.
No. Somali, help me figure this one out. Yes or no? Should the men be having sex outside of marriage? Yes or no?
Of course not. They shouldn't.
Okay. So then why are you only putting the inference on women and not both of them?
If the man wants the abortion, that's a sin.
No. I'm not even talking about abortion at this moment. I'm talking about literally having sex outside of marriage because we haven't even gotten to
the woman is the one that because the baby is in the woman.
Yeah, we're not talking about that yet. We're talking about, you said women shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage. I said, okay, cool.
Yes.
Right? But the men, right? Who are they having sex with? Because if you're saying that women shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage, my question is...
And I said, men should either, of course.
Okay, perfect.
Either.
So then my question is, why were you only talking about women instead of saying that no one should be having sex outside of marriage? Why not men as well?
Because, okay, well, that meant both, obviously.
Okay, perfect. So your premise is that no one should be having sex outside of marriage.
No one. Okay. Are we in the 1600s? Somebody said that. Yeah, that's why you guys are all antidepressants.
Please focus on the actual... Stop. Focus on me. You and I are talking. You're not talking to the chat. You're talking to me. I need you to track this conversation because at this point, you're either being willfully ignorant or you're just running. And I don't know which one, but I'm getting tired of it. I need you to like lock in right here with me right now.
Okay.
All right. So your premise as far as like people shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage, it's unrealistic. I don't care about trying to put people in a place of morality and you can't put your morality on other people. So we can both agree that there's no way to ensure that people don't have sex outside of marriage. Like that's just not a thing. But the premise that both of us agree on is that we don't want babies murdered, right? So that's fine. The point that I'm getting to is if we can at least agree that we don't want women having abortions, then why can't we agree that addressing the root cause of the issue, which are the men that have to deliver their sperm in order to even conceive, if we address the men and address their ability to deliver the sperm, then we can eliminate the need for abortion. So why wouldn't you be willing to address the root cause of the issue?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Something was happening in my room. Can you repeat that again? I apologize.
The point is, why are we unwilling to address the root cause of the issue, which is the men delivering their sperm, instead of the symptom, which is the women needing abortion.
Sex is a two-way street. Don't
That's
the man and
fine.
woman?
That's fine. We're not talking about sex anymore. We're talking about the actual way to stop the need for abortion.
So, okay, this is really strange what you're saying. You're telling me, but like sex is a two-way street, and so
That's
you're
fine. We're
telling
not
me,
even talking about the street. We're talking about the actual need for abortion, right? One more time, just to make sure we're on the same page, Somali. You agree that we don't think that abortions should happen?
yeah, they shouldn't
Okay,
happen now.
perfect. And you already agree that you would be willing to accept a nationwide abortion ban that is enforceable to the fullest extent of the law?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, instead of waiting for the need for abortion to actually address that, we can address the root cause of the issue, the starting point, instead of waiting to address the point further down the line by dealing specifically with mandatory vasectomies, right? So mandatory vasectomies, safe, efficient, reversible, outpatient surgery, less expensive, more effective than any form of birth control that women take. And it also eliminates the conversation around
That would
abortion.
cause more problems in society, Santana.
How would it cause more problems?
The problem is not that, it's not that, first of all, you should be having a baby within a marriage, number
Okay,
one.
that's fine. And again,
You should be having within a loving marriage.
That's fine. You're talking about morality, and we can't actually we can't legislate morality. Like, we can't put laws that legislate morality.
Laws are based, Santana, laws are based on our morality.
Laws
why
are secular.
why is killing somebody is wrong?
Literally,
because God
literally
told
laws,
us to.
No, laws are secular.
God told us to.
Is there a difference between Mosaic law and secular laws?
Why is rape wrong? Because God told us it's wrong.
Somali, is there a difference between Mosaic law and secular laws?
Mosaic laws from Moses, secular laws.
Are the laws in the Bible enforced through
I understand.
United States government?
Believe so. I think so.
Okay,
but I do know that most
one of the laws that's listed in the Bible is around lying, right? Do we enforce laws that says we can't lie to each other? Is there a law on the United States books that says if you tell a lie if I sit here and say, Somali, I'm 7 foot tall.
Isn't.
Okay.
There isn't a law like that, no.
Okay, what about there's also a law in the Bible that says that you're not supposed to wear mixed fabrics, right? But for some reason, a lot of people sell polyester. Is there a law?
Okay, I get what you're saying. Are you saying this is not based, the laws aren't based on morality? I get it. So
the thing that I'm saying is that the premise that there's a separation in those laws.
Yeah, okay. Vasectomy, unfortunately, in America, you can have sex outside of marriage.
Yes.
It's sad. I wish there was laws.
That's
there was. Yeah, it's sad. I wish there were laws that says that, back in I believe the 1800s, the 19th century, you would have been to jail if you had sex outside of marriage.
That's fine. But we're talking about what we can actually deal with today.
But so now, unfortunately, because our country,
that's fine. That's fine. Can you tell me what the problem would be today with implementing a mandatory vasectomy, so we don't even have to worry about abortions?
So the problem is abortion, number one, because anybody can. In America, anybody can have sex.
But why are we talking about abortion? You keep going back to abortion, and I keep saying I want to talk about vasectomies. You keep talking about the symptoms. I want to address the root cause. Can we address the root cause?
Okay, let's go.
Tell me what the problem is with mandatory vasectomies.
Because we're not slaves to the government. Why should a man have a mandatory vasectomy?
Okay, that's where I wanted to go. Perfect. So your issue is that you don't think that we should put legislation in that dictates men's bodies, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. I can agree with that. Actually, I can. But see, the thing about me is that I believe in consistency, right? So my thing is if we're not going to regulate the male body, then I don't think we should regulate the female body either. So this is what I'm proposing, Somali. I'm
Santana,
proposing that we actually allow people to make their own decisions, right?
There's a
If we're going to
difference,
sit here and say,
Santana.
hold on. If we're going to sit here and say that we will not,
There's a baby
no,
involved.
you have to let me finish.
There's a
You
third
have to let,
person
I know. See, this is what happened. You just walked yourself into this point and you didn't realize until it was too late. And so now you're trying to walk backwards, but I promise you, if you walk backwards, then we're going to be exactly to where we were. And so you're going to have to tell me why. You're going to have to tell me why the vasectomy is wrong. So let me finish this point. The point that I'm making is if neither one of us can agree on a mandatory vasectomy or on an abortion ban, then we should agree to allow people to make the best decisions for them on an individual level based off of them, their family, and their doctor. Can we agree on that one? Thank you for the whale diving. Hey, Sarah, can we agree on that one? You're muted.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Babies, because a vasectomy is not murder. You're not killing somebody. Why is the government?
A vasectomy isn't murder. You're exactly right. You're 100% right.
However,
you're 100% right.
Abortion is murder. You cannot kill somebody.
Listen, I'm giving that to you. I'm even granting you the premise. I'm sitting here saying, sure, I agree. Like I'll just say, I agree. Abortion is murder. But again, I would rather address the root cause, not the symptom. So if we can even get to the point where we don't have to worry about that murder,
you don't give a damn about the root cause.
Yeah, I do.
But the thing is that America's a free country. Anybody can have sex. We can't legislate that. However, we can legislate murder.
Why are you trying to legislate murder? Yeah, we can
legislate murder.
I'm not trying to legislate sex. You are. I'm just trying to say that if we actually do mandatory vasectomies, then we can eliminate the need to even talk about this murder. We don't even have to do that.
No, because what do you mean? Where the government is against murder? We're not against. Like you're not making sense. I'm sorry.
No. You know what it is? It's making sense, but it doesn't fit your narrative. And since it doesn't fit your narrative,
because you don't make sense.
Just to make sure I understand, Somali, do you know what a vasectomy is?
Yes, I do. No,
what's a vasectomy?
That men get in order to not have been able to impregnate a woman. I don't know.
Okay, perfect. So if we're saying here that we can go through a procedure that makes sure that men don't impregnate women, then why wouldn't
you're allowed
to?
That's not a man is allowed to impregnate a woman, whether it's through sinful ways or not. It's allowed to.
But that's fine. But you're sitting here saying that your problem.
There's no crime in America. There's no crime. There's no crime
that's
in
fine.
that.
But you're saying that you have a problem with people having the ability to get an abortion, and I'm saying if we want to eliminate the need for abortion, then why not address the actual ability to impregnate people when you're not ready to impregnate people?
America's anybody. We're not slaves in America. We're all free will human beings.
That still doesn't answer why vasectomy, mandatory
we have free will. It's wrong because we're not. Wrong? Why on earth should a government force vasectomies on men?
Why should a government
on males?
Why should a government force an abortion ban on women?
Because you're killing a baby inside the woman.
Give you that. I'll give you that. Kill a baby. So again, instead of waiting to get to the point where we can say that there's even a chance for that, then we just rewind to the very beginning and make sure that that never happens.
You're not okay. This is just. I believe most people can see you're not making sense.
No. Like, what it is that you're
not making sense. You really are not making sense.
Question for you: Do you watch anime?
No, I don't.
Okay, cool. This is gonna be even worse for you now because you're stuck in my domain expansion, right? You're literally stuck in my domain expansion. This is a perfect hit rate. It literally takes you in an infinite loop, right? Because every single exit points have been covered. And now you're at the point where you have to admit that either you are good with
Because most men
having
understand that
mandatory vasectomies because that would address the actual problem that you say that you have, or you have to admit that you don't really care about quote unquote murdering babies. You only care about controlling women. Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one? I've never said anything about men and women wanting to fuck. That was you. I didn't bring up the morality. Which one is it? Is it that you don't really care about fixing the problem because you won't address it? Okay, so then that means that you're on board for mandatory vasectomy. How does mandatory vasectomies not make sense? Oh, wait, hold on. You're muted. Unmute yourself and unmute yourself again. Just listen to me for a half a second. They can't hear you for some reason. It's a TikTok glitch. So mute yourself and then unmute yourself.
hey,
All right, now
yeah.
go.
So why should the government why should the government force men to get a vasectomy?
Okay. And I'm fine with you
Because
saying that they shouldn't. I'm fine with that. But then you also have to admit that they shouldn't force women to not be able to get an abortion.
The thing is, though, we keep going back to this circular discussion.
Yes, that's
but the
because you're stuck
problem
in my
is
domain
that
expansion.
no, because you're being
in infinite void right
willfully
now.
obtuse.
No, you're in infinite void right now because again,
you're being
you have
willfully obtuse.
Listen to me, Saul. God damn. Listen to me for a half a second. You're literally in a point where you have to admit one of two things. Either you have to admit that you truly want to stop.
Why can't
Listen
the
to me
crime
for a
is the
second.
murder?
Listen to what I'm saying.
There's no
You have to
murder in
either-
sex. There's no murder.
I've never said that. Again, you keep trying to conflate that. I'm not trying to legislate sex. I don't care about people having sex. I think people should have as much consensual and safe sex as they possibly can. I literally think that there should be as much consensual and safe sex as possible. I advocate for that. Everyone should get laid, period. Consensually, safely. That's the point. The point that I'm getting to, right, is if you have to go one of two routes. Either you want to say that you do want to stop babies from quote unquote being murdered, and you're willing to do whatever it takes to do that, which whatever it takes to do that means that we address the root cause, which is implementing a mandatory vasectomy for men, or you have to admit that you don't actually care about babies and you just want to control women because you won't address the vasectomies. You only want to talk about the abortion. Which one is it?
Okay, I said this before and I'll say it again. The American men are not slaves to government. They're not going to get vasectomies.
Okay,
and
that's
why?
fine.
That's fine. They're allowed to. If a man and a woman want to have sex so that they can, and if they happen to have an abortion, if the woman gets pregnant and she wants to get an abortion, that's wrong because there's a baby inside her.
You keep saying that, right? But again, you've already said that you want to implement a nationwide abortion ban. The point that I'm getting to,
yes.
Sure, that's fine. The point that I'm getting to is that you have to either admit that it's not truly about wanting to protect these quote unquote babies, or you have to actually agree to the vasectomies. Or one last thing, one last option. This is your exit. And I tried to give it to you before. I'm going to try to give it to you again. You can agree that people should be allowed to make their own decisions based off of what's best for them, their family,
No.
through medical advice.
You have no right to kill a baby. I'm sorry,
Okay.
you
Then
don't.
then you're advocating for mandatory vasectomies. Got it.
No, I'm
All right,
not.
perfect.
And
Perfect.
you don't make sense.
No, you don't
And
make
I
sense.
really
You know
try
why?
to analyze.
You know why?
I'm really,
You know why I don't make sense? I don't make sense because you only want to control women. That's it. That's the only answer. You don't really care about the thing that you say you care about. You only
don't
want to
make
control
sense.
women.
You don't make sense. And your followers know this.
Tell me what doesn't make sense.
Santana.
Tell me what doesn't make sense. I'll give you an actual option to try to fully explain what doesn't make sense, and explain it to me without saying that I'm trying to legislate sex, because I've never said anything about legislating sex.
Because there's murder inside abortion.
Okay, but you
there's a
keep talking about
difference.
abortion. I'm not. Explain to me how I don't make sense without talking about abortion.
Crime, why can you legislate abortion? Because
hold on, no.
killing.
No. You're missing the point again. I want you to try one more time. Listen to what you're saying. I don't make sense. The only thing that I've talked about is mandatory vasectomies. I'm not talking about abortion. Again, I have no opinions on abortions. I'm only talking about mandatory vasectomies. So I want you to tell me why. You have to listen to me finish my sentence before you start speaking.
Okay.
Can you tell me why I don't make sense when I made my case for mandatory vasectomies if it will solve the problem and it addresses the root cause of the issue that you say you care about? And don't use the word abortion. Don't use the word abortion.
So you're saying all American men should get a vasectomy?
Yeah, mandatory vasectomies. It's reversible. They can get it at 16. They can have it reversed at 21. They can freeze sperm prior to the vasectomy. They can even get it reversed later. Later than 21, but the actual efficiency starts to decrease a little bit. But if they, for some reason, get married earlier than 21 and they want to have a kid, they can get it reversed then. It's literally reversible.
Anyways, this is gonna be I gotta go. I gotta do grocery shopping.
It's outpatient surgery. Like literally, you go in, it's a snip, you recover within.
I gotta go, Santana. You're not making sense.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
You're not making sense.
Listen, I know. Listen, it's fine. I'll say this. This is a Wendy's, not an airport. No one needs you to actually declare your departure. You ran because you fucking got dog walked on the point. You know that you didn't make sense. You can't hold the premise. It doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. If you actually care about babies being murdered, then there's no way you would hold that premise. Why can't you guys just admit that you just want to, thank you for the corgi, why can't you just admit that you want to control women? You want to control women. You want to control women in their bodies. That's all it really boils down to. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If
What's
you
good,
are
Santana?
friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Hi, Frankie. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter. I'm an independent voter, but I do disagree with free college.
Okay, perfect. Can you give me like 2 minutes to say a couple of thank yous and then we'll get into it? All right, perfect. Debbie's in the chat for Megan for the $5 donation saying, thank you for being a true Christian. Also, have you read the book of John Fuglinson? I can't say the last name. Separation of Church and Hate. No, I haven't, but I'll definitely check that out. Yes, they've absolutely hijacked the religion. It's super weird. Debbie's in the chat for Gregory for the $5 donation saying, Santana, unfortunately, we have profit care system and not healthcare system. Reagan deregulated the U.S. insurance companies and made them more profit, which has destroyed the healthcare system, and followed up with another $5 donation saying, Santana, the guest doesn't understand the difference between religious and spirituality. Exactly. Without spirituality, you're just a cultist follower who thinks that the Pharisees who crucified, think like the Pharisees who crucified Jesus We are not a democracy. We're a democracy, not a theocracy. I completely agree. And it's weird when people try to push that. W's in chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation. Saying this bigot is why I'm an atheist. We don't have to bastardize Christianity. Christianity does that on its own. And that's what I keep trying to get across to people. Like, if you want to draw people to your religion, then maybe be better. W's in the chat for Ali for the $2 donation, saying if I don't have Medicaid, I would be dead right now. My medication to control my lupus and epilepsies are $60K a month. That's fucking wow. No one can afford that. And I'm fucked on the pre-existing conditions, which is insane. I'm sorry to hear that, friend. That was in chat for Kimberly for the $15 donation, saying they deport Jesus. They really would. That was in the chat for Haley for the $10 donation, saying religion does not profit from anything. The profits religion does not prohibit me from anything. It prohibits her. She needs to learn the difference. Love you, Santana. I love you more. Exactly. That's the point I was trying to get across. W's in chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation. I'm not trying to waste my tag me in on a blasphemer of Christ, and I want them to hear me on this call. But people can't have sex outside of marriage. What about married couples who don't want a baby? Are they just roommates? That's a great point. W's in the chat for Nadia for the $5 donation, saying look up Plan A for men. Male birth control, completely reversible, lasts at least 5 years, no downtime. Like, that sounds even more fucking awesome. How to partner. W's in the chat for Morgan for the $20 donation. Holy shit! Thank you so much for the 20, Morgan. And said, I am for mandatory vasectomies because if a factory is dumping toxic waste into the river, you don't regulate the river, you regulate the factory. Message. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $2 donation, saying mandatory vasectomy would be the earliest point of intervention, which is the best way to solve the problem. That's what I keep saying, like the root cause, not the actual symptom. And W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $5 donation, saying howdy, partner. This has to be a breeding kink and doesn't want to get rid of their dangerous association with sex, which is why they both are okay with punishing abortion and not okay with preventing measures, which is the vasectomy. It's a kink wrapped into morality. Simple. It has to be. Last but not least, W's in chat for just Alpha for the $5 super chat says, I'm going to keep it real with you, Santana. This caller has religious views similar to the Taliban that my father fought against in the war. Hell to the no. Exactly. It's so fucking weird. Anyway, guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, please get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to reset the gift goal and make sure you give me a follow. Sorry, Frankie. Thank you for your patience. You said you disagree with the premise of free college. Tell me why.
Yeah. Do you want to go point by point, or do you want me to just list down the reasons?
Yeah, just tell me overall, what's your premise? What's your pushback on the ideal of free college?
Well, first, I wrote all this down. I think a lot of people are not prepared when they talk to you. But NCAA college athletes wouldn't get paid if it was free college. Okay. Because really they get paid through the people that are paying for colleges. They don't get paid through the government or anything like that. So I don't know how they would get paid with free college.
Okay.
Professors, I don't know how professors would get paid unless if it's through the government, and then the government would regulate how much they would get paid and stuff like that. And I don't believe in the government controlling how much a professor gets paid on that one. Community colleges wouldn't exist because if it's free college, then universities, everyone would want to go to a university, not community college, unless if they live near the community college. Maybe they would do that, but community colleges wouldn't exist, or I wouldn't say wouldn't exist, but wouldn't be that many community colleges around. The knowledge to get scholarships, I feel like people don't know how to get scholarships or make it an easier way to go to college cheaper. I think the school system in high school and middle school need to educate us on how are we going to get these scholarships, or how are we going to make it cheaper for us. People don't have knowledge of that. Majority, I would say. And then professors, I don't think professors would take their job seriously if it was free college, because I mean, they would get paid, but I don't think they would take their job serious if it was free college for students. And on the opposite end, I don't think the students would take it serious enough either if it was free college, because the students nowadays, especially in high school, are not taking it serious with education. So why would college students, when they go into college, why would they take this serious when not paying for college? And then you got to think about the blue collar jobs. Those blue collar workers, if it's free college, why would they bust their ass to be, to take out the trash for people's trash cans disposal and stuff like that, or be an electrician, risking their life, for put electricity through houses and stuff like that. And then my 10th point is,
how many more do you have?
No, this is the last one.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Eventually, when AI takes over majority of jobs and stuff like that, what would a college student actually learn in college to make themselves stand out of an AI system, especially in America?
Okay.
Because AIs could take over a lot of jobs in America.
Okay, cool. Ask me why, or say, hey, Santana, what do you mean by free college? I see a bullet point on the background, but it lacks context because it's just a bullet point. What do you mean by free college?
You're asking me, or you want me to answer?
I'm telling you, that's what I want you to say to me.
Yeah, what do you mean by free college?
Oh, yeah. So free college, what I'm actually referring to is a public option, meaning that public higher education is already funded by the United States government. And so what I'm saying is that we should offer public options that allow people to gain access to higher education through free means that are already being paid through the government. So I'm not saying that every single institution of higher education would be free. I am saying that we would give the free option for people to be able to attain. And so with that being said, if you want to go to an exclusive college, a private college, or a college that is set up to not be the free public option, then you could do so. You would have to pay for it, but there should be an option where within every state, there are primary state colleges that are listed as free public options.
So for those blue collar workers, why do you think a blue collar worker would even do his job instead of going to college and getting better?
Because not everyone wants to go to college.
How you know that? If
because everyone doesn't go to college. People forego college education to enter the workforce. People forego college education to receive certifications for jobs that you stated, like electricians, right? With foregoing college and going straight into a trade, it gives you the ability to get certifications that allows you to make higher levels of income, in a shorter turnaround time. So the premise that just because you have a free public option that people aren't going to go into blue collar jobs, that's not true. I mean, people will make the decision whether or not they want to go. The point being with the access to free college is that they should have the option to go without being hindered by the means, which the means is the cost of college. That's the point.
So you don't think there would be less blue collar workers if there was free college? That's why I'm asking.
Possibly, but I don't think it would be enough to warrant not giving those public options. I mean, again, it gives the ability for people to advance in other ways, but people who are interested in those quote unquote blue collar jobs, those certifications that make money quicker, they're going to take advantage of those regardless.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that. I would agree. I would say there would be less blue collar jobs, way less, if college jobs would be free.
Can you give me any facts that actually shape your actual opinion? The only reason I asked that question is because hold on one second. The only reason The only reason I ask that is because as far as like quote unquote developed nations, the United States of America kind of stands alone in their lack of offering free higher education. Most nations that consider themselves to be developed nations offer at least a free public option for their citizens. So we have verifiable proof from institutions, or I'm sorry, from societies all around the world that offer free higher education, and there are still blue collar workers within their society.
So I'm not, well, you probably watch the news a lot. Remember in, I think, Maryland, they had an issue with the trash can, the people that did the trash. Remember that at that point? This was like 2 years ago, and they had a strike, the people that were, taking care of the trash and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, we're not getting paid enough.
Okay.
You think they would benefit off a college education?
I'm confused as far as I'm confused with your question, and even more so how you're making that connection.
So do you think they would, like, they're over there having a strike because they're not getting paid enough?
Yeah.
Do you think a college education would get them paid more?
No, what does that have to do with anything?
We're talking about free college.
Yeah, but what does free college have to do with like the waste disposal going on strike? Like, that's a labor union issue. Like the point of labor unions and going on strike is to maintain not only profitability for the individuals, but whenever there is any type of like pay rate negotiations, then they negotiate higher pay for those individuals. That has nothing to do with education. I'm confused as far as your point.
My point is, like, so why would if you did trash can disposal and stuff like that, you think you would rather do that than go to college and get another job? Yeah. You personally.
Me personally, like, I have a bunch of degrees for no reason. Like, well, not for no reasons, but like I'm
you don't use those degrees do you? The college degrees that you have, do you use that in real world?
The only reason I have the college degrees and certifications that I have is because I was able to attain them for free. If I would have had to pay for them, then I wouldn't have done it.
And you got them for free through scholarships or
So my undergrad degree, I was able to, I got accepted to 3 colleges, and the only reason I went to the college that I went to is because they offered me a free ride, like full ride. And so I took that. And then my other 2 graduate degrees were literally paid for by the companies that I work for. My certifications have been paid for the companies that I've worked for. And so I've taken advantage of being able to access higher education and certifications through free means. But if I would have had to actually come out of my own pocket and pay for them myself, I would not have done it.
So what you're saying is, and I get that point. What you're saying is there should be a public college option for people to at least get a higher education. Do you think a lot of people would take that college option to get a higher education?
I would hope so, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be anything that's groundbreaking, because then it puts people in a position where you have to make a decision, like myself, where you either go where you want to go and you pay for it, or you go to where it's free and you take advantage of the free. The biggest point that I'm just trying to get across is that it should be available to take advantage of it for free. Did you know that we used to offer free to no cost for college here within the United States of America?
Correct. I remember that.
And why did we stop?
I can't remember why we stopped.
Take a guess.
I wouldn't have no clue.
Sure. Racism.
But quite
racism.
Okay.
Literally, Black people, after the Civil Rights Act, Black people started to obtain higher education at a higher clip. And around the Reagan administration, they said, that's not going to work for us. We don't want these Black people getting higher educations, gaining ground, because, one of the ways that you actually change your social economic status is through education, right? And so they didn't want people to be able to change their social economic status. And so instead of allowing the college institutions to stand the way that they currently were, They made it into a more profitable system, which priced people out of the ability to gain higher education, making it more exclusive. The only reason that the way that college is structured now is structured the way it is because they didn't want Black people getting degrees.
So here's my question. Do you think people are wanting and hungry for education now, or when our parents or grandparents was preaching, hey, everyone should get education no matter what? Do you think people are taking it serious now for the education, or you think the kid, and I mean the students?
Yeah, I think the premise as far as gaining access and knowledge is different. It's not.
But what's the point of free college?
You gotta
right?
let me finish.
If these
You
kids
gotta
are
let me
not,
finish. I didn't get to answer your question.
Go ahead.
I think it's different. I think people understand that there's different ways of gaining access and knowledge and education. And so being pigeonholed into the premise behind you have to go to college to be educated is something that we've moved beyond. I think that was something that we were told in previous generations, especially my generation. I'm a millennial. That's why a shit ton of millennials have degrees. We were all told that if we went to college and got a degree and we would be able to get a job and have a house and a family and live a wonderful life. But it was a lie, right? Because while we were all out going out to get these degrees, then people were changing the rules of the game. Now, with that being said, while the rules of the game have shifted, the actual ability to obtain knowledge and what you can utilize that information or utilize that knowledge for has shifted as well, right? So now people can focus on other degrees that would be way more profitable and would allow them to achieve more than they would have in the past. That's why you see such a spike in degrees that are related to math and sciences and things along those lines, like engineering degrees and those type of things. So the point that I'm making is, while I do think that there would be an increased desire in obtaining higher education, I think it would make it more not only accessible, but it would make it something that would help more people, period.
That's a good point. I'm not saying college, I'm saying free college is a problem just because I'll base off of me. I went to college for culinary arts, and I was not making anything after I went to college. And I went and I did the job of what I went to college for. But I'm now a GM at a retail store, and I'm making almost double of what I would do if I did culinary and did any culinary job. So like giving people options for free college is good in theory, but majority of people would not take that option. That's why I'm
still be.
And so what's the point of having the option out there if no one's going to take it? It's like saying, hey,
it's not that no one.
There's free food there, but if you want to starve, go ahead, starve. You know what I'm saying?
I think the premise that you're getting to, that no one would take it, is absolutely unfounded. Again, there are
majority won't take it. Sorry, I'll retract that statement. Majority would not take free
as well.
No,
there's actual data through different countries throughout the world that offer public options, and those public options are absolutely something that people take advantage of. Like literally, it happens in almost every other quote unquote developed nation across the globe, except within the United States. The difference is in the United States, there is a battle against anti-intellectualism, right? There's a battle against, gaining knowledge. Like literally this current Trump administration is trying to quote unquote defund the Department of Education. And they're actively telling people that you don't need a college degree. You don't need education. You had people like Charlie Kirk going to college campus to college campus telling these people that they don't need college degrees while standing on a college campus trying to change the mind of the youth. The point that I'm getting across is the United States is falling behind in multiple sectors, including math, science, STEM. We're falling behind in being able to capitalize on this AI bubble that is right there. Like we're on the precipice of AI, right? They're still figuring out how to develop more chips. They're not actually innovating AI at this moment. And the pushback on education and and trying to make sure people can get there is the problem. And if we address that and give an option, not forcing people to do it, not forcing them to go to this college, not forcing them, but giving them options. And hey, if you want to go to Stanford, if you want to go to Harvard, if you want to go to University of Southern California, if you want to go to any of these places, like, hey, you can do it. But if you want to go to your local state college and be able to attain an education for free, you can do that as well.
And
that's the point.
And so you're saying free college, and would be funded through the federal government,
which public colleges already receive federal. I'm sorry, government funding. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So here's my question to you. Do you trust this administration?
No, but it's not about the individual administration. It's about the entire infrastructure.
No, I agree with you. But during this administration, that's the funding. If they were funding free college right now, would you trust that public college that is 100% funded through the federal government? No. Would you trust it?
No, but again, like, one, I would trust the college would have to have some type of moral. I don't even want to call it morality, but have standards, right, and checks and balances. But I also think that implementing this gives us the opportunity to create a framework that keeps it from being corrupted, right? I mean, we have the ability to say, like, these are the checks and balances. This is how this works. These are the fail safes. We can map this out and implement it. The point that I'm getting on, right, is that anyone that wants to run for the 2028 Democratic nomination has to stand on these things and say, like, these are the things that we need to get done. We have to get done. And free college has to be one. While I do think that there are opportunities to negotiate, like, the ins and outs of those things, I think it's still mandatory. So there's a lot of discussion around, like, how do we get these things done? What qualifies, what doesn't qualify, blah, blah, blah. That's cool. But the point is, we have to get these done.
I agree with you, Santana. If they did it the correct way, I would say, yes, go ahead and do free college. But how this is set up, especially during this administration, and say if we don't, and we have the same administration next term, I'm not saying the same president, because you would have to get so lucky for Trump to get reelected. But
technically, by the standard of the Constitution, he can't run from
he can't run for right. So, but just say JD Vance goes into I would have a problem of the federal government funding a free college, and especially anytime a government funds anything, it's always something that will benefit them and not benefit the person. That's not even just free college, like that. No, Medicare and all that stuff. There's always a give or take, and it's never more on the person that's taking the drugs or going to college than the actual federal government itself. I don't trust the government at all. Like the fact that the government is taking away abortion rights but wants to keep gun rights, like, people are so naive that think that the federal government is going to be save a hole. Like, they're not, and they've never been.
Don't say that term. That's not. We don't say that. The point that I'm trying to get across, though,
they've never been that. They've never been.
I mean, that's fine. But the point that I'm trying to get across, though, is it's not that I don't trust the federal government. I don't care who's in power. I don't trust the federal government. That's not me sitting here saying that we should trust this administration or trust the administration. That's not the point that I'm trying to get across. The point that I'm trying to get across is understanding the alignment that we need on the left in order to force positive things, force changes within our country. One thing that I try to remind people is that there's a lie that's always told on the actual right side of the aisle, and that is that the Republican Party is better for the economy. The Republican Party is better for, like, the country and taxes and all this other stuff. All of these are lies. The reason why we fall behind and fall short of other countries is because whenever there's an issue, I'll give you a perfect example. Bill Clinton handed off a surplus, a thriving nation, to George W. Bush. George W. Bush gave massive tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires and started multiple wars and sent us into multiple crises, including a housing market crisis, a air industry crisis, an automobile crisis, all of these things. And then Barack Obama had to come in and not only address these crises, but had to fix, repair, and push the country forward. And he did just that. And then Donald Trump took over from Barack Obama and drove the country back into the ground. A lot of people forget that prior to COVID, the actual job market had started to see a loss in jobs being added. The border had started to see a spike as far as border crossings. The multiple things that impacted the country had started to take a negative turn after Donald Trump implemented the TCJA. And then COVID happened and it gave him blanket coverage, but he fucked over the country. And so Joe Biden actually got the next nomination, and Joe Biden came in and helped lead the country to the fastest recovery of any G7 country in the world, and passed some of the most monumental legislation with the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill, and helped really turn the country around in multiple ways, help force the cost of gas back down, help to actually implement things that would benefit everyday Americans. And then the country was handed back over to Donald Trump. The point that I'm trying to get across is that a lot of times we have revisionist history. And so these people that forget why we were in these fucked up situations tend to have like memory loss or something, then they go right back to it. The point that I'm getting across is if the Democratic Party not only wants to win, but wants to do anything, we have to force progression forward. So we won't be able to sit here and they won't be able to sit here and say, oh, well, they didn't do anything for me, and let me try this other guy. The reason why we haven't made real progress within our country is because we keep, for some reason, electing Republicans, and Republicans quite literally destroy the infrastructure of the things that we have. When the Affordable Care Act was passed, the Affordable Care Act was supposed to be a stepping stone to universal health care. But at every single turn, the Republican Party has tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act over 60 times without any type of healthcare plan or option to replace it. They just want to tear it down. The point is we can't continue to put people in power that just want to tear things down instead of making it better for us.
I agree with you, Santana, 100%. But it's a headache for if free college was for everyone. It's a headache to go up in a loop of Democrat, Republican, and then you have to deal with, like, you're trying to get your degree and stuff like that, and then maybe 4 years you could get your degree in 4 years in the Democratic election, and then, or say if you decide to go to college in the 2 terms of Democrat, and then a Republican gets there, and then they're like, no, free college. Like, do you see like the up and down like heartbeat of that? I'm not really, like, at that point, what's the point of having free college if you're going to loop and it's going to be a headache for any college kid?
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I said, I mean, we can debate what type of protections we put in, the mechanisms, the checks and balances, like all of that is up for debate as far as how we institute it. But what should not be up for debate is whether or not it happens. Like, that's the point. Just because there's a possibility that, we could run into some additional issues, or we have to figure out safeguards, or we have to worry about nefarious actors or things like that, does not mean that we should not do it. We still need to do it. We just have to figure out the best way to actually do it. That's my point.
Okay. That's a good point. I just wanted to come on here and give my take on it. And absolutely. I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Guys, that was in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying my bachelor's degree is from a Big Ten school. It was free. I would have done it even better. I would have done even better because it wouldn't have stressed me out. Additionally, universities in Illinois have made it tuition free in state students who achieve certain grades, highest enrollment they've ever had in decades. I completely agree. And even if we want to do something where, like, we start with offering this with like certain, academic achievements or blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm open to all of those things. I'm open to, like, how do we get to that point? The biggest thing is that we just have to get to that point. Like, we can argue about how we get there, but we can't argue that we have to get there. That's the point. W's in the chat for which woman for the $5 super chat to say, ask him if he's done paying for student loans. Is that what he, I didn't even think about the student loan thing. That's the snag that gets people. When it comes to like student loans and healthcare and all this other stuff, certain people don't want it because they're like, well, I had to pay for it. Why shouldn't other people have to pay for it? Which is absolutely fucking wild. Like, we should want things that we had to do to be easier for people in the future. It shouldn't be harder. That doesn't even make sense. Echo of Intelligence, W's in the chat for Echo Intelligence for the $9.99 super chat. Say, thank you for standing up for marginalized groups, especially people with disabilities. You don't overlook us like others. Your voice matters. MVFA. First and foremost, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. And secondly, like, I appreciate you saying that. I try to make sure that people understand. And it's funny, Kay always talks about, like, when teaching intersectionality, the easiest way to get someone to understand is by getting them to understand, like, their privilege when it comes to being able-bodied. Because, like, the actual levels of people things that you have to go through when you have disabilities that other people don't think about, people quite often overlook it. And that's why I harp on when talking about quote unquote DEI, I make sure people know that it's DEIA. Like, that's a huge thing. So W's in chat for you. W's in chat for Activista for the $5 super chat to say, having a hard time working against harmful systems all my life. How can we go so far backwards? I already named it. It's the Republicans. Like, literally, they tear down the things that we want to actually build. That we should be way more advanced than we are in society. But I also think it's not just Republicans, right? It's capitalism, it's religion, it's all of these things that are, it contradicts any type of progress within our country. Like, it all works together. W's in the chat for Turdy for the $5 super chat saying, one of the biggest reasons for the spike of immigration in Trump's first term was that he drastically cut aid to Southern nations. Yes. Thus, he got the caravans. That's absolutely true. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. And when I say the background, I don't mean the picture. I mean the bullet points. I absolutely mean the bullet points. Please don't come up here complaining about the pictures. I don't care what you think about the pictures. Hi, sorry. Braja, is that how you say your username? Braja, are you there? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are only looking for some, hit that follow button. Also, if you see a gray heart, that means that you have not sent your daily heart me. Go ahead and send it. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to
all
the
different shades, backgrounds, colors, creeds, ethnicities.
Mambo, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I wanted to make a statement. So yes.
Wait. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Universal health care. No, I believe everybody should get health care. I believe in free college. And what is a lock them up RNC, just to be clear?
Going after anyone that has engaged in any type of illegal activities and harmful activities while in power from the right and even more so people on the left, but making sure that we hold these people accountable that have done illegal activities within the United States government.
No, I support you.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna drop it down. I appreciate you. Nate, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I'll say which ones I'll just give my opinion on each one. That will go from
are
there.
You a Trump supporter?
I'm sorry,
or do you
yeah.
Specifically disagree.
Yes, I do disagree with some of the points. I apologize.
But you're not a Trump supporter.
Yeah, no, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm more independent than anything.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So you're a Trump supporter and you disagree with something. All right, perfect. Pick one thing that you think is like an absolute failing issue for the Democrats. Like, if you guys do this, you're gonna fail for sure.
Out of your prompt or just in general? Out of the prime, okay. I'll just give my opinion on them real quick and then go from there.
No. You don't have to run through all of them. Just pick one that you want to talk about, and we'll start there.
Okay. Let's say codify Roe v. Wade.
Okay. Cool. Were you here when I talked about my premise on abortion?
No, I don't believe so.
Cool. Okay. Really quick, can you tell me why do you think that Roe shouldn't be codified into law?
I don't believe that it should be given to it to be a federal decision. I believe it should go back to the states. And as a whole, personally, I do not agree with abortion.
Okay, why don't you believe in abortion?
I believe that we should protect all lives.
Okay, do you think abortion is murder?
Yes.
Okay. If there were a nationwide abortion ban ensuring that, or I'm sorry, do you agree with any exceptions? Like, do you agree with like life of mother, incest, or rape?
Yes. If it's to the point where a doctor gives, excuse me, if the doctor gives basically saying if the woman continues with the pregnancy that she will die and that, or I'm sorry, will unalive, then yes, I would understand that.
Okay, perfect.
I would value the mother's life if it was in danger over the child's life.
Okay, perfect. And last but not least, would you, if there were a way to implement a nationwide abortion ban that only gave those exceptions, right? Rape, life of the mother, incest, would you get behind that?
I believe once again it should kind of fall back to the states.
Right, but would you
instead of a federal ban, would I back? So to answer that question, no, I wouldn't back a federal ban. I think it should go to the states.
Right. So so you wouldn't agree to having it passed as a federal law, but you would agree with it being done on a state level. Why?
Gives at the end of the day, it does give, my opinion, state laws as a whole do a little bit better than the federal law in that regard. So how it is set right now, I'm fine with. I don't think there's any issue with how the abortion law is set at the moment.
Okay. So what's your premise for state levels that don't give the options for the exceptions that you agree with? Because there are certain states that even don't, that won't allow abortion even with rape, incest, or life of the mother.
Well, in Texas, which is where I live, even looking it up, if the mother's life is in peril, then an exception will be made. The mother,
yeah, I mean that's fine. I'm saying that certain states don't give that, and even when you talk about in Texas, when they say that the decision as far as being able to make where their life is in peril, literally they have to be moments away from dying before they can declare that being like in peril. They can't. You know, it's a judgment call that falls on the doctors, because if they do it prior, then it's technically in peril, then they can go to jail. But if they wait too long, then we see cases like Adriana Smith or, you know, other people that have like bled out in parking lots and stuff like that. So my question still goes back to like, are you good with those states that don't even allow those exceptions that you said that you would agree with?
No, I feel like there should be an exception to that. In that regard, yeah, there should be an exception to that if it is a point of being detrimental to the mother's life.
Okay. All right.
Then yes, there should be. Yeah.
What about those states that don't even give the option for their constituents to vote on whether or not they want access to abortion? Because pushing it back to the states, the premise has always been it gives more equal representation of the states, because states differ from location to location, and it should be the will of the people. But what about those states that don't adhere to the will of the people by putting it on the ballot for a vote?
I mean, at the end of the day, that's also, if a state does not do that, then no, it should be brought up. I feel like that's obviously a very important, you know, factor for any state, for any voter, for any leader, is, you abortion is a very deep subject. It should definitely be a part of the or it should definitely be a part of that of states' leaders' policies and everything
Right,
like
I
that. So
agree,
no, that
but
should be.
certain states, like your own state, Texas has refused to put the option as far as voting for abortion on the ballot. So what about states like that, just that their constituents are calling out and saying like, hey, can we take a vote on this? But they're saying, no, we're not even going to let you vote on it.
Well, I mean, then that's when you have the ability to, what party you vote on. If you vote for Democrat, then obviously it'll be more lenient towards abortion. If you vote Republican, then it'll be more lenient towards pro-life.
Issue. It has a approval rating across political lines that are overwhelmingly popular. So abortion isn't a left or right issue. It's something that people have championed on both sides of the spectrum. And there's like studies backing up the fact that it's supported on both sides of the aisles as far as being able to access it. So that's not a left or right issue. That's just a person issue.
Well, okay. So, obviously, yeah, it's bipartisan, but what I mean is like how it's handled, obviously, like, certain left-wing states obviously are going to swing more to, allowing abortion later and later in the pregnancy itself versus more right-wing states, obviously, to the point of like either second trimester, first trimester, or all the way down to Texas, where it turns into, obviously, you need a written authorization from a doctor. That's what I mean by, I'm not saying that, abortion isn't a topic from left to right. It is bipartisan. I'm just saying on how it's handled. And
okay. What about states like Florida, who agreed to allow their citizens, after citizens take up a petition and force the actual measure on the ballot, and then once the measure is on the ballot and it looks like it is a winning measure, that they change the parameters around that one vote and saying that it no longer needs a majority of the vote, meaning 51% or more, that it now needs a higher threshold in order to be able to pass. Florida literally put the option for abortion on the ballot. And then after seeing how popular it was and how many people were going to vote for it, they pushed it past needing 51% to needing 61%. And people overwhelmingly voted for it by 57%. But since it was not over the 60% threshold, they didn't actually, did not allow people to gain access to abortion. What do you do when states that have super majorities hear their constituents, see that their constituents is making a change, and then change the rules so they still can't get what they want?
So you're saying that like in regard of, I understand. I guess my question is, are you saying that like in regards of just like any change in all in the abortion rights, or like what exactly are they doing a mandatory 60% vote on?
The access to abortion. Floridians wanted to be able to codify abortion and make access to it legal. And the supermajority that was in Florida gave them that vote. And then once they saw the amount of success that was building for the vote, they changed the requirement in order to pass the vote, pushing it from 50% to 60%.
Okay. So, once again, Florida is a primarily red, or it is a red state. Majority of its citizens are primarily Republican. And at the end of the day, that goes back to the vote of the land. If, once again, they want certain things different in their rules on abortion, then no, it goes back to votes in that regard. If Republicans are pushing it more further back to where you need further votes on it, then if there's an issue with that from the people, then that's when you go into, once again, to go into the ballots and try to get a different form of get a different party in office then for you.
Okay, so I guess last question I have, because it seems like you've had some kind of interesting answers when it comes to like the state level issues that we run into. Last question I have. What state? You said you're in Texas. Cool. I'm in Washington
Texas, yes.
State. Question for you. Should I be able to go see a dentist because I live in Washington State, but you shouldn't be able to go see a dentist because you live in Texas?
So, in that type of scenario, if that be the case, then obviously dental care is a little bit different, because dental care is something everybody needs, then everybody would need that. Abortion care, anything like that is more.
The question is very very straightforward, very simple. Should I be able
to answer that
see
question?
a dentist
Okay,
because
no,
I
go
live
ahead.
in
Say it again. I'm
Washington
sorry.
State? Yeah, should I be able to see a dentist because I live in Washington State, and should you not be able to see a dentist because you live in Texas?
For dental work, no.
Okay.
I would not agree to that, no.
Okay. We should both be able to go see the dentist no matter which state we live in. Now, the level
Yes.
of dentistry or whatever, like we can talk about that, like whether, you know, veneers and all this other stuff. Yes, that shifts
Right,
and it depends on, but at the very least, we can both agree that we should have access to dental care. Is that
Yes.
cool?
Can I ask you a question?
Let me finish this one point and then for sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
The point that I'm getting across is like abortion is healthcare, whether people think that it's elective or necessary or whatever the case may be. And so the point that I'm trying to get across is that at the very least, we should have a standard, no matter if it's, a standard across the board for a nationwide level. And so that brings me back to the premise as far as like you saying, sending it back to the states, the flaws in sending it to the states. And that's why I kind of wanted to, you know, see if I can get you the point to where you would either say, yes, you agree to a nationwide abortion ban, which would cause, you know, consistency across the board, and then we can move forward from that point, or no, you don't, which then relegates the premise as far as inequities from state to state, just depending on where you live, which is, you know, there's full of contradictions.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, there's different contradictions in different states, but at the end of the day, I feel like either way, giving it 100% to the federal government is gonna, I mean, however, I'm gonna look at this, you know, through a non-biased view. I mean, regardless of how you see it, I think whether one side's gonna lose, the other side's gonna win. I feel like when you're giving it to the states, you know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously there's inequities, there's, you know, different, obviously it's gonna be different from state to state, you know, I mean, and there are gonna be things people aren't gonna be happy about. Obviously nothing's perfect, but I do feel as though that is the most advantageous way to handle that situation, in my opinion, at least, you know.
Cool. You have a question and then I have a follow-up from what you said.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, so what is your personal, like, I mean, do you believe in a cutoff date on abortions, or, I mean, how is your stance? Do you believe it should just be a federal, like, open abortion? Or let me ask it like this first. Do you believe, first off, that there should be a federal open abortion policy?
Sorry, I thought your question was going to take a little longer.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I believe abortion is healthcare, and everyone should have access to abortion to make the decision that's best for them.
Okay. And then, if you don't mind, one more question. Do you believe in any kind of a cutoff? I mean, do you feel like, you know, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, anything?
I believe that sentience, right, past the point of viability, it should be an agreed upon acceptance. And then past the point of viability should be based off of medical necessity, but the decision should still be left up to the woman and her doctor. And that's literally what Roe did, right? Roe just provided the access prior to viability, and then anything after viability would be on a state level, which is dictated also by the necessity of the doctor.
Okay, I got you. I mean, me personally, my view on it is like just my personal view. Like I said, not on a federal view or anything like that, but if it was just like, if I felt like it should be set a certain way, would be, I feel like after the first trimester, if it were to be like after the first trimester, it should be legalized if that be the case. And then, yes, you would need a written authorization from a doctor in order to do it. Okay. That'd be me if it were to be 100% like federally, like a federal consensus on it. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, so I kind of, we've talked way more about abortion than I'm normally comfortable talking about abortion, because I'm really trying to get to something different. But then also, like, I think the contradictions come in as far as like states. But I okay, run this back really quick.
Yeah.
You think that certain things should be left up to states, right? Because different states, different values, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
Yeah, certain states, certain values, yeah.
Okay. We understand that there are certain states that still are heavily, openly, overtly racist. There are certain states that amplify sundown towns, right? And for anyone who doesn't know what a sundown town is, it's towns where if you are not white, then you have to be out of the town before the sun goes down, because if you are in that town while the sun goes down, then the people that live in that town will hang you or kill you. That's literally a thing, and those towns still exist within the United States today, right?
I mean, unofficially, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The question I have then is, should we allow the states to regulate things like allowing sundown towns? If, let's say, Mississippi makes the decision that they want to codify the rules of sundown towns, right, and make it legal and say they can legally do these things if Black people are in their towns after dark. Should we allow the state to make those type of decisions?
Okay, so in a situation like that, no, I do not believe that. To answer the question a few different ways, both obviously, and I guess it's almost kind of like on multiple states you have that. I mean, actually, more sundown towns are actually in more Midwestern northern states like Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, stuff like that.
All across the country.
South, surprising.
It's funny. I see the white people in the chat getting shocked because they've never heard of it, that they don't know, but you and I are talking about it because like we know.
Yeah.
Which is super interesting. So anyway.
Yeah, no, it is crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, the funny thing was, I feel like that's a relatively newer term. I mean, and I might be wrong. I heard about it a few years ago. I mean, I always knew.
I mean, like you knew that I've heard what it is. Talk about, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I know about it, but it was like I didn't know it was the name Sundown Town. It never had a name. It was just there's certain areas you go to and there's certain areas you don't go to. It was more like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But anyways, yeah, no, in a situation, especially to just like all around the sake of the American people,
that's starting to cut out. I don't know if it was me or you, but you were cutting in and out. Chad, is that me or is that him? Is that me or is that him? Okay, give it 1 second, Nate. Let me say a couple of thank yous and then we'll try again. W's in the chat for Susan for the $10 donation saying thank you. Thank you, Susan. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation saying his name is Nate. Of course, he's MAGA. He's giving little peen energy. Damn, Junior. W's in the chat for Alicia for the $1 donation saying Canadian here. Can you ask Nate what's his video about a lonely Saturday night, a laptop, peanut butter, and a dog? Holy shit, it looks like he's gone. W's in the chat for Shankia for the $4 donation saying, please ask them whether they feel like they have any authority to tell anyone else what to do with their bodies. No women pregnancies affects their damn life at all. I completely agree. And that's why I said we got past the point of where I'm normally comfortable with talking, just because it's not many people that hold that premise as far as like, oh, sending it to the state instead of like a nationwide abortion ban. And I think like the idea of sending it to the state is so flawed in so many different ways. Like it just doesn't make sense because it creates so many inconsistencies. Debbie's in the chat for Tara for the $10 donation saying, can you please let this guest know that being in a red state doesn't mean anything. There's so many Republicans who still believe in women's rights to choose. Thank you for always advocating. Love watching each and every day. Tara, thank you so much for the $10 donation. You're absolutely right. That's one of, like I said, that the actual right to choose is bipartisan. It's literally something that so many people actually believe in across the board. So guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay link and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. If you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, please, please, please go ahead and request up. We are only looking for some debates. If you disagree with anything on the background or you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share live. Go ahead and look up at the top. You see the word follow. Hit that follow button. This is the backup account. This is the backup account. And make sure you follow the backup account, follow the main account as well. We will bounce back and forth between the backup account and the main account. So make sure you follow both. I don't think this person is going to load, so let's move to the next person. Jazzy G, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Jazzy G, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I made a mistake.
No worries, I'll drop you down. Let's see here. Live from the 504. It's Mr. Crazy Flow, jumping like a bungee, no rope. It's a lot of people in here. I think sometimes I wait too long. Guys, take a look down at the bottom. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. That means you're not in the request. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you're in the request, you're here, and you're ready to debate. So that means you're either a Trump supporter or you disagree with the topic on the background, not the picture, one of the topics. So if you see a gray person, you're in the request, you're here, you're ready to debate. Anthony, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with the topic on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with one of the points.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter as well or just disagree?
I mean, I voted for Trump. I wouldn't call myself a Trump supporter, but I did vote for him.
What about so you voted for him in 2024?
I voted for Trump. I voted for Obama. I just...
Who'd you vote for in 2020?
Trump.
Who'd you vote for in 2016?
Obama.
Obama.
I mean, 2016, Trump.
Okay,
2020.
so triple Trump.
Triple Trump, double Obama.
So you're a Trump supporter. Got it. You're a Trump supporter. All right, cool. Which point do you disagree with on the background?
I want to talk about free college. I did want to make a comment on like the Roe v. Wade. I just think it's weird when guys are kind of commenting and making points about that. I don't know. But I just want to make that comment. But free college is what I want to talk about.
Okay. What do you disagree with free college?
It's not so much disagree. I mean, I think that would be awesome if college was free. It's just like the logistics of it. Like, you know, there's a couple things I just think would be a lot of issues. Like, for number one, it would just be oversaturation. Like, where are all these people going to stay if you can get in free? The dorms are kind of already pretty, you know, packed. So if everything's free, it's going to just be overwhelming. I think it would devalue degrees. I mean, I think degrees is something that should be hard to get. It shouldn't be like easy. You can just get it for free. And also, we all know nothing's really free. So somebody's going to pay for it. I mean, colleges have to get work done, pay for food. So that's going to come back on like taxpayers. So it's not really going to be free. It's just going to roll back to everybody else. So, you know, I just see some issues with it. I think it would be great if there was a way to actually do it and, you know, logistically, but I just don't see it.
Okay. Can you ask me the question, what do I mean when I say like free college? So
yeah, I heard
Santana, what do you mean about that?
Yeah, I heard the last one, but yeah, what do you mean by free college?
So you heard what I said as far as how that works?
Yeah, but you can explain it again. What do you mean by free college?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a public option, right? Not mandating that every single college is free, not mandating that every single person has to go to a free college, but it gives you the public option where people can actually take advantage of it if they want to, which eliminates the financial barrier, not the other barriers that are in place, and it gives that ability to everyone to lift themselves out of their current social economic status. So that's the question I have, because your premise is that it would be, where would they stay and how would they do this and da 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 da. Right. I mean, it's already paid for, right? I mean, like, there's the way that colleges are set is based in tax funded payments, right? And the way that I look at being able to pay for things that we can do is multifaceted, right? We can always look at cutting certain budgets that we have, and it's easy to pick at the military budget. And I think even more so, it's even easier to pick at the military budget when Donald Trump is proposing an increase of the military budget that would bring it to $1.5 trillion, right? And understanding the amount that the United States spends on the military budget versus like other countries where, we have a higher military budget than the next 14 countries combined. And if you, take the current United States military budget and cut it in half, it would still be the largest budget in the world by $300 billion. So low hanging fruit, military budget. We can also take a look at, increasing corporate taxes, closing certain tax loopholes for the ultra wealthy, or hell, if we have to, increasing like taxes on everyday Americans. So we currently pay for these things in one shape or the other. It would just be more so optimizing the way that we are paying for it and directly funding the ability for people to have that access versus indirectly funding other things and still kind of funding that as well.
Gotcha. Well, how do you feel about, like, do you think it would devalue the degree, and also, like, do you think it would make it harder to get jobs? I mean, I know for a fact a lot of people with degrees are having a hard time right now getting jobs as it is. So if so many more people had the same degree, it's even harder then. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not a bad thing. I think everybody should be. If everybody had a college education, that'd be great. It's just like, I think it's something it's like a value. It's like for instance, if Drake puts on a free concert, what's going to happen? It's going to be mad.
It's going to show up.
Come on now. Come on now. All right. Well, in your case, Kendrick Lamar, if he puts on a free concert, what's going to happen?
It's going to be packed out. He's already done it. It was packed out, like insanely packed. Anyway, the point that you're trying to get to is the premise behind making it free and devaluing. Like, that's not a thing, right? I think if anything, it would cause people to flood towards the different types of degrees that are becoming more and more in demand. And it would drive the ability to get those people into those in-demand positions. And even more so, we could take that shift that we need to move towards within our society. In the United States, we should be moving towards more math and science and STEMs and engineering and things like that. And so giving people those accesses to obtain degrees in those sectors that are in high demand but have a low amount of people, we could improve where we currently are as a country, and then have more people going into those sectors that have such high demands. And then we can take a look at things like H-1B1 visas, where there would be less of a need to get these, people from other countries, because the United States can't keep up. Like, literally, there's multiple sectors where we're importing people because the actual homegrown product here within the United States falls short by a massive gap.
Right. Yeah. I just want to get your points on it. I mean, like I said, I just think that it'd be great if it could be done. I just think it would cause a lot of issues. Like I said, mainly, like, I still think it would kind of devalue, having a degree to some degree, without, I don't know.
So let me ask you a question, Anthony. Are you a white man?
Yes.
What state do you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
Virginia.
Yeah. You have kids?
Yes. One.
Approximately, what's your age?
38.
38. Did they go to college?
She's 17, so hopefully yes.
You said your age. I'm sorry. Her age. So you said she's 17. Is she going to college?
We're looking at that, yeah.
Okay. How are you going to pay for college?
I mean, I'm going to pay for her, hopefully look at maybe some grants and stuff like that, but that's something I'm definitely 100% have no problem paying for.
Okay. Do you think that if we implemented free college, then how do you think that would affect your 17-year-old who's heading off to college?
Well, again, I think I still would be kind of paying for it in taxes. Everybody would. And, you know.
Right, but do you think that would make life harder on your 17-year-old?
I mean, tuition is only one part of college. So, like, you know, you still got food, you still got living expenses.
No. Not that. What I'm saying is, like, let's say right now, your daughter has to only deal with 100 people, right? Because of how everything is set up. But free college is instituted. And now instead of your daughter dealing with 100 people, she now has to deal with 500 people. Is that something that you've thought about?
I mean, that's one of the things that, like, I'm thinking about with this, like, quote unquote debate is like, you know, I think the less people that can get something, it kind of makes it a little bit more unique, a little bit more special. Campuses would be more crowded, which could cause more issues. I mean, as is now with paying for college, you got kids that literally just go to college to party. So that would double, triple if it's free. They're just literally going free college just to party, you know what I mean? Which could cause other issues.
Yeah.
So,
you know, it's interesting. The reason why I have that question, right? Because you're from Virginia. Virginia's the South. Some people try to argue that it's not, and it's weird that people try to argue that Virginia isn't the South, but it's definitely South. People try to argue that. But you and I are the same age, right? My birthday is now in 19 days. But I'm from the South, and I had a conversation, right, with a former employee of mine, and we were sitting around and we were talking about college, right? And he was a white man, older than myself, but he had younger daughters. And I tell this story kind of, multiple times. I've been in situations where, like, I'm the only Black person in the room, right? In multiple points in my life, I've been in situations where I've been the only Black person in the room. And with being the only Black person in the room, it's super interesting that at certain times people will forget that I'm Black, right? Yeah. And that's wild to me. And so growing up in the South and being in the South and often being the only Black person in the room in certain situations, and people forgetting that I'm Black, certain white people that I've spent time around will say the quiet part out loud, right? They often say things that they would only normally say amongst other white people. They say it, around Black people. And so having a conversation with this older white guy that he and I would say we were good friends, right? And I was telling him about the need for free college, right? I was like, yeah, I think that would be so great for so many people, and da 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 da. And he told me, he's like, I don't want free college. I was like, why? I said, you have daughters, you could take advantage of that. That would be, like, amazing. He was like, no, because if free college was a thing, then it would make it harder for my daughters to be able to succeed in life. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, if everybody had access to free college, then my daughters would have to work harder to get ahead. And then it hit me. Certain white people, I'm not saying this about you, but it's just a thing, don't want that access to free education because they see their lineage having to compete in a pool that they don't think they can actually compete in, right? And so I think that's the drawback for certain people. They think that giving access to others would limit the access for their children. And my thought process has always been, if you're not good enough, and this is like even for my kids, if you're not good enough, then you need to get good or get gone, right? If you can't compete, then that's a you problem. That's not an everyone else problem. And so I guess the point that I'm trying to drill home and the bottom line question I have for you is, are you afraid that if you open this up with competition, that your daughter wouldn't be able to compete and she would be left behind?
Not at all. And I see the comments saying that, and no, I believe in my daughter 100%. She's brilliant. She's so smart. So that was not even an issue with what I was saying.
Okay.
But I see your point. I see what you're saying. But no, for me personally, Not at all. I believe in her. I believe in myself. Like I don't look at like all of that stuff as like competition. Everybody can eat. You know what I mean? But I do see your point with that. But no.
Yeah, I just think like having that ability and that access is something that's it's vital, and it's critical for our country as a whole, and it's something that will allow us to drive things forward. And the premise behind like not wanting to do it because of the fear of competition, or even more so like the other factors that will exist. Like I hear you. Yes, giving access to more people, then we're going to have to look at the dorm situation. We're going to have to take a look at the open enrollment. Yes, I'm willing to agree with like determining how we make all the other factors around it. But I guess the point that I'm trying to land on is that we all should be able to at least agree that it's something that's necessary, and not only necessary, but it would be beneficial. I just like I don't necessarily get any of the drawbacks that you're worried about.
Yeah, I mean, my main thing was like it just watering down a degree. You know what I mean? Like as far as like, and I see the comments.
Is there a specific degree that you're worried about watering down?
I mean, any of them. You know, I mean, if everybody has access to free college, and then there's going to be more people, you know, with degrees, which that's not a bad thing, but it's just going to kind of water down the degree. Anything with high value is, you know, the cheaper you make something, the less value it has. That's just the way it is. You know, if there's a pair of shoes
that's based off of what we're willing to give it.
Right. Well, if there's a pair of shoes that's $300 and only a couple people have it, and then they take that same shoe and make it $50, everybody has it. The value of that shoe is not valuable anymore. Everybody has it.
The value of the shoe lies in what we're willing to pay for it. The only reason that shoe is $300 is because people will pay $300 for the shoe. If you have 10 of the $300 shoes and no one's willing to buy those $300 shoes, then people they're gonna lower the price of those $300 shoes. If there's 10 $300 shoes and there's 500 people that want them, then of course they're going to be able to raise the value of the shoe. Like value is placed on how we actually put things, or what value we put in them. And saying that there's going to be less value in degrees because more people have them, that's not kind of nonsensical because there's so many different sectors of degrees, so many different variations of degrees, and not only variations, but there's so many applications for degrees. So with increasing the degree pool, it wouldn't water down the degree. It would give us an opportunity to expand how we utilize those degrees.
Okay, so how do you think it would affect the job market? You know, companies and places that require a certain degree. Mm-hmm. How do you think that would happen?
It would go back to what I was saying earlier. It would give us the ability to actually have homegrown people filling those positions that we have to import people from other countries into, right? Whether it's medical positions, whether it's like engineering positions. I mean, again, the whole controversy behind H1B1, you got a bit of an echo. Could you like swipe up for half a second and then swipe back in? There we go. And then just come right back. All right. Yeah, that took care of it. Oh no, it's still there. All right. The point that I'm just saying, like the H1B1 visas, the reason why it was such a contentious point is because like, oh, Americans should have those jobs. Well, Americans weren't qualified for those jobs, but if we can eliminate the whole process behind them not being qualified for those jobs by giving them access to degrees, then we can reduce the amount that we have to depend on like foreign workforce, right? In which that's what everybody's like, America first. I mean, like if we really want to be America first, then like we should do that. Thanks for the heart or kissy.
All right. Yeah, I see your point. I have a thought then with another one of your bullet points up there that could kind of help each other. So what if you combined free college and non-white reparations? So, you know, non-white got free college. Would that take care of reparations?
No. That's part of non-white reparations, but the difference between free college and non-white reparations as far as like education, non-white people who get reparations, they get more than just like a public option. They can go wherever they want for free, wherever.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing that includes reparations. When I say reparations, I mean, yes, free education, yes, money, land, tax breaks. That's just the start. like all of those things and so much more.
Gotcha.
Like this country has overwhelmingly harmed non-white people, right? And I don't just say black people, but I say non-white people. And you know, you could talk about what they've done for like indigenous people, but giving them access to like, you know, certain spots within the country and $1,000 stipend and like, you know, all this other crap, like that's maddening. There's like the premise behind education, money, tax breaks, and land. That's the starting spot for reparations.
Yeah. I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought, you know what I mean? I was kind of just looking at the bullet points, and I was like, oh, you could kind of fix one with fixing the other kind of deal.
No, but and having one doesn't exclude the other, but yeah, no, like,
yeah,
for sure. All right, well, I'm gonna drop you down. I appreciate you coming up. That echo is starting and getting kind of wicked, but I appreciate you coming up. W's in chat for Amanda for the one, saying you should press the call on the problem of college debt following you even after you declare bankruptcy and having your retirement saving garnished if you're not able to pay it. Thanks from Adam and Kim. Hey Adam, hey Kim, thank you so much. Also, W's in chat for Emma for the 28 cents, saying I sent you a donation previously talking about an ad trip to Egypt, and I'm now here and just wanted to say you're quite literally you're quite a few little fans, really, including my 9-year-old boy. I promise I'll let him say hi and Happy New Year. Well, hi, Emma's 9-year-old. Happy New Year. I hope you guys are enjoying your trip. I hope you guys are absolutely amazing, and Happy New Year. Debbie's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced An, who sent a $4.99 euro with the heart hands. Thank you so much. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are not looking to talk to people that agree. We are only looking for some debates. If you agree, tap the screen, share the live. Look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. I don't know if this person will load or not. It looks like they're spinning. So let's see here. Jenny, hi. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
I just sent that donation. It wouldn't let me say Palestinian. He's a 9-year-old Palestinian boy, and I'm on the Rafah border for a humanitarian trip.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to clarify that. I don't have a 9-year-old son.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you. And tell him I said hi.
I will. I'm sure he's watching right now.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Free Palestine until it's backwards.
Santana,
hi. Are you
Dean Witherspoon Parker, father here.
Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something?
Yep, Trump supporter. Do you want the argument in virtue of proposition being true that Trump's going to be objectively better than Kamala Harris?
One, I would like for you to actually engage as a person with a little bit.
Same guy that doesn't know transgenderism is a word, by the way. Anyways, yeah, I'm here to engage.
Okay. 1, you crash out, you lose. 2, while I love Dean and Parker, those are my little brothers, I am not Dean nor Parker. I don't suffer fools, and I have no interest in people who can't exhibit any type of impulse control. 3, my background doesn't say, why do you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? My background is talking about the 2028 Democratic agenda, which is what is a mandate for anyone that wants representation of the Democratic Party, the points that I absolutely believe in and we have to stand on. So if you disagree with any of those points, you can pick one and we can start with that, but I'm not here to actually have a conversation about Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. That was 2024. I have no interest in relitigating 2024.
So basically, in other words, I kicked Ian and Parker, so you're scared. That's basically like what you just said, right?
Yes, I'm
Am I
terrified. I made this
You look
entire
pretty scared.
background because I was scared of you, and I knew that you were coming.
you look
and
pretty,
you were gonna
you do
wanna
look pretty
debate
scared. I'm just
me
gonna be honest.
on Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So I made this whole background that I've been doing for days now, just so I wouldn't have to talk to you about Kamala Harris and.
Well, I mean, we kind of debated before, not really, but you were on Dean's panel. You were on Dean's panel when I was there, and you said transgenderism wasn't a word.
Hey, okay. One more time. I need you to exhibit some type of impulse control. Please don't speak over me. I won't speak over you. We'll go one at a time. Would you like to engage with anything on the background?
Yep, for sure.
What?
Yes, I guess I can just give the argument virtue to proposition true that Trump's going to be objectively better than Kamala Harris.
What does that say that on the background?
Well, you're a liberal, right? You tell Trump supporters to request up, so I'm a Trump supporter. Here I am.
What does it say on the background?
Let's see. It says 2028 DNC agenda. Prove me wrong! ! Dot lock them up. RNC. Dot universal healthcare. Dot codify Roe v. Wade. Dot free college. Dot non-white reparations. Dot crash out you lose. Santana speaks for you. YT at Santana. Can't read the rest of that. Your hand's blocking it. And then IG Santana 24J.
Okay, cool.
Did I miss anything?
So
there's also a picture of
actual bullet points right here.
There's a picture of Gavin Newsom, AOC, Kamala Harris, Michelle Obama, I think, Donald Trump, and whoever that is.
These bullet points right here. Which one of these do you disagree with?
Well, you tell Trump supporters to request up. I'm pretty sure I'm a Trump supporter. Here I am. And I could have sworn you said.
Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time, and if you can't get it, then I'm just gonna kick you because I have no interest in the debate bro shit that you're trying to get across. The premise that objectively Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris. I don't give a shit about that. I promise you, it's not 2024. I don't care about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. That's not what I'm talking about. So you can either engage with the points on the background or you can go find somewhere else to spin your wheel. Exactly. See, this is why I don't do debate bros. Seriously, this is why I do not do debate bros. It's because they literally want to argue a topic that they spend all the time in the world going in circles about. I have no interest in circular conversations. Why are we talking about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump? That has nothing to do with fuck all. I don't get it. Whatever. W's in the chat for Taylor for the $2 donation, saying thank you so much for your constant advocacy and dedication to sharing knowledge and facts. You play such an important role to this community. Love to you and your family. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Taylor, for the $2 and also for the sentiment behind that. W's in the chat for Brenda for the $1 donation, saying DNC won't allow these things since their corporate owner donors won't allow it. Yeah, listen, I think that there's a premise behind us pushing it, Brenda, and making them accept it. Like, that's my point. Like, we literally would make them. We have to. And that's why I think it's so important that we have these conversations and we have these debates. And that's why I'm willing to engage with not only these debates with Trump supporters, but anyone that disagrees with the points on the background, because I think at the point of picking a candidate that represent the Democratic Party for 2028, we need to be in line and we need to actually dictate to them, not them dictating to us, period. Bro can't 1v1, shaking my head. I'm gonna send you a request, or I can't do, you don't have your request on, but I'm gonna mute you. Committee, whatever. You said I can't 1v1. This is my fucking backup account, you fucking donut. You guys are stupid. Like, literally, not even joking. You guys are just stupid. You think that my backup account is another account. That's literally me. I'm sorry, this is my main account. We're on the backup account. You guys are fucking donuts. W's in chat for Carrie for the $15 donation, saying for suffering through the insufferable. Sometimes you absolutely have to, and I try to. W's in the chat for Sean, who used their 2 months of membership over on YouTube to say, I love you and love this community. I love you way more, Sean. I promise you I do. W's in the chat also for Sean for the $5 super chat to say, you know who has overwhelmingly benefited from student loan forgiveness? Disabled veterans and teachers. Biden did that, and I'm among them. Yes, absolutely. Like, student loan forgiveness is something that we definitely need to look into, because like student loan debt is crippling, absolutely crippling. W's in the chat for Benjamin, $5 donation saying, we're on chapter 5. Caller's still mad about the prologue. Yeah, like what the fuck are we even doing? And holy shit, guys, W's in the chat for Jeffrey. Fucking massive W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $50 donation saying, get this massive debater off your live. Like, yeah, like I don't get what that was about, and I don't even really care what that was about. Like I have no interest. W's in the chat for Jeffrey though. Holy shit, guys! If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. If you are in lockstep. If we're locked in, if you have no disagreement, then yeah, stay in the chat. Well, that's gonna be, yeah, no, I mean, like, I agree. And which, to be fair, right, for the last guy that came up, I don't blame him for thinking that, you know, that's how everyone does it. But I do think that, what up, Jen? I think there's something to be said about reading a room. I think it's weird when people join lives and the first thing they do is hit request without even like looking, especially if someone has a background and without even looking at what the background says. Like, that's super weird. But two, like getting to the point where you think that you have to force what's being done, that's super weird as well. Hi, I think it's Pins fan 6914. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
I think I disagree with one thing. Okay. Universal health, Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
I don't think that
really quick, just to verify, are you a Trump supporter or do you just disagree with the Roe topic?
I disagree with one couple of things on the your chart there as far as Roe versus Wade. I'm not a Trump supporter.
Okay. Who'd you vote for in 2024 then?
Kamala.
Who?
Kamala Harris.
You voted for Kamala?
Harris, the vice president.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Hold on.
All right.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Soundboard. I wasn't prepared. Never mind. Fuck it. So you voted for Kamala.
Right. I hope I said
Why did you vote for Kamala?
Well, because I liked her housing benefit, to where the $25,000 benefit for new people, so people can afford a home. I liked her tax breaks. She was going to increase taxes on people making money above $400,000 to give us, I think, to give a tax break to us, and first time, families having babies. What is that? 42, 100 for the first year, and I think 36 after that.
Okay, quick question for you. What do you think about Joe Biden?
He has his faults. I think he could have went a little further when the Democrats had control of both the Senate and Congress. I felt that he could have gotten down. They could have gotten universal health care done, and also free college and free white represent. I can't pronounce the word. I think they could have gotten 3 of those done while he was in office, but they didn't go that route.
Okay. All right. Tell me why you disagree with the codification. Also, you have a little like a TV in the background. Is there any way you can turn that down?
Okay, I'll mute it.
Yep, perfect.
I'm sorry, I was watching the Buffalo game.
All good. All good. Can you tell me why you disagree with the codification of Roe?
Oh, I think that this other gentleman, they were talking about the states. I don't think it should be the states to decide on how Roe versus Wade decides things, because one state can dictate it one way, another state can dictate it another way. And I think it should remain federal.
I think there's some confusion. Do you know what it means to codify Roe?
I believe qualifying Roe is to give the woman permission to terminate a baby if there's any risk to her or the baby.
No. So what that means as far as codifying Roe means that we want to make it a federal mandate that gives women the access to elective abortions prior to the point of viability. And then after viability, it's determined by the state level law and then determination with the doctor. So it goes back to the standard prior to overturning Roe, right? How the protections that used to be in place for women, we're just saying like, now we want this signed into law, so it can't be done on a state by state basis, that every single woman within the country has access to it.
Okay, I agree with that 100%. Now, that's what I was trying to say, but I couldn't get it across.
Oh, okay. So you don't disagree with that. You agree with it.
Yeah, I agree with it, but I just don't want the states to handle it.
Yeah. That's why we want to codify it into law. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. And I think if we would cut the military budget and cut ICE's budget, I think we can get the universal health care, free college, and white represent. I can't say that last. Yeah.
Penn's fan, you're based as hell. Like, I like that. Listen, I'm not gonna hold you. I sat up here and I tried to see if I thought you were trying to pull a fast one on your old buddy Santana, but you are based.
Nah, I watch you on Dean and all them. I think you guys are great.
Okay.
But here's the thing. I think I know this won't be going over great with the Republicans. The universal health care, I think they should put a bill forth now and free college, because you'll get the younger students on board, college kids going to.
Yeah.
And if Obama would, not Obama, I'm sorry. If Trump would say no and tear him up, that'll show the people that he's not for them.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do think there's some validity in being able to point out the fact that they're unwilling to do these things that would actually help people today. I agree with you, and even more so, like, I think this is something we have to absolutely stand on in 2028. We have to demand this, and we have to be loud about it. And I think that these are like winning topics, because it's not just things that'll be like good for people on the left. It's literally things that'll be good for everyone. And so I think that exceeds party lines. But listen, like, you agree with everything on the background. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. But like, I thought, listen, I had on my boxing gloves. I almost came after you, but now you and I are friends. We are friends.
Do me one favor. One favor.
Absolutely.
After you're live, take the kids, if they're young enough, take them to a Chuck E. Cheese and have a family day out.
The boys love Chuck E. Cheese. Absolutely. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for coming up.
All right. You're welcome.
All right. Have a good one.
Yep.
You almost got me there. You almost got me. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you are friendly and you agree with everything on the background, tap the screen, share the live. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $4.44 donation, saying, enjoy you. Keep on keeping on. You know it, Jennifer. Thank you so much for the 444. W's in chat for Amy for the $5 donation, saying sorry you have to deal with these idiots. Yes. You know, I sign up for it. Like, I know what's gonna happen. It's funny, me and my wife talk about this all the time. Like, you can't get mad that you invite I missed whatever that was. Sorry, I saw it disappear. You can't invite like you know, these type of people into your space and then get upset when they get here. Like, there's no way I could do that. Debbie's in the chat for Trisha or Tish, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say MAGA IQ showing out today, proving they can't they can't and won't read. They refuse. They literally refuse. Holy shit. Debbie's in the chat for Jonna, who sent a $20 donation saying, I'm just learning Venmo. I hope you get this. I got the right Santana. I did. By accident, I went into a MAGA's YouTube and was called the R word. Holy shit. Because I kept speaking up for the elderly and the children. So thankful for you and all my favorite YouTubers. We need to drown them out. Absolutely. YouTube can get fucking wicked. Not even gonna hold you, Jonna. And wow. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Jessica for the $100 donation. Jessica, what the fuck? Jessica sent a $100 donation saying, this prompt boundary and setup is so well established and necessary. Thank you for thank you for the work that you're doing. Jessica, wow. Thank you for the $100 donation. Like, that's way more than I ever could ever say that. I don't deserve it. Holy shit. Thank you for that. But even more so, thank you for saying that you actually enjoy the way we're doing. I think it's super important that we have some type of consistency, some type of boundaries, and some type of understanding. I don't know about you guys, but I watch a lot of lives, and I can't I don't like the over talking. I don't like the crashing out. I don't like the circular conversations, and it makes it kind of hard. And so I try to stay away from doing those things here on my live. Aaron, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with? Oh. Aaron is gone. The point that I was saying is like I try to stay away from those things because I think that I'm over it. Like, I'm not gonna hold your chat. What was that? I'm over the people who have these circular conversations. Like, the whole premise is like, why do you support Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris? Like, that's I don't think that's beneficial. Yes, you can have the conversation about like, why do you still support Donald Trump today, which is, I think is absolutely necessary, and I'm good with that. But I'm not going to keep going back and forth as far as like litigating Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. Like, if you pick Donald Trump, you pick the wrong person, and if you don't see that today, then like, what the fuck are we doing? Donald Trump is definitely the wrong person. D-Town, hi, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter or something?
No.
You to come up? Okay. All right. I'll drop you down. Yeah. The point that I'm trying to get across is like, we've moved so far past the premise as far as like who's better, right? And I think that having these conversations around who's better or what would have happened if Kamala Harris was in office allows Trump supporters off the hook. Because if you can talk about the past or you can talk about an alternate reality, then you don't have to deal with what's actually happening today. And they know what's happening today is bad. It's not beneficial to anyone. And so when you give them that out by saying like, oh, justify your support of Donald Trump then versus your support of Kamala Harris, like, that makes no sense. So that's why I don't do that. But I do find value in like saying, hey, how can you still support him today? Because he's fucking horrible. But the bigger point that I'm trying to get across with this background is to get people to understand, like, even if you say that you're someone on the left, if you have a problem with these things, then we have a problem. Because all of these things on the background, going after the people on the right, and when I say lock them up, the one thing that I think I need to be very, very clear about this, I don't believe in witch hunts. I don't believe in false prosecution. I don't believe in putting people in jail just to put them in jail. But I damn sure believe in making sure that every single person that has broke the law, that has stolen money from the United States government and the United States people, the people that are overwhelmingly harming Americans, every single one of them not only need to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law, but they need to be locked the fuck up, period. Full stop. Full stop. The people that gained their freedom, that were pardoned by Donald Trump after being involved in trying to overthrow the United States government, should never have happened. Every single person, including Donald Timothy Trump, who were involved with January the 6th, should still be in jail today. We can't let people off the hook. Joe Biden fucked up. Joe Biden appointed Mayor Garlick, who for some reason slow walked everything that was occurring with Donald Trump. Donald Trump should have never had the opportunity to run for office again. We can go back to the fact that the Senate should have actually voted to remove Donald Trump from office after his second impeachment. Hell, I think the first, but at the very least after his second impeachment. Nate, you're saying lock Tim Walz up. You're spamming that. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and mute you because I don't give a shit about what you're saying in the comments. Get up here and tell me about it, Nate. See, this is the thing as well. Nate spamming lock Tim Walz up. I don't give a fuck. If Tim Walz did something illegal, lock him up too. There's the kicker. That's the problem, MAGA. You guys seem to think that we worship politicians the way that you guys worship politicians, and we don't. There's your problem. There's your sign. The point is, we don't care if you lock them up. If they did some illegal shit, then yeah, sure, lock them up. We don't worship the politicians. We don't care if they go to jail. We have not made Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, we haven't made them our entire personality. So them going to jail or being held accountable for anything that they do does not terrify us. But it terrifies you. It scares the shit out of you. Because not only is that your daddy, but it's your entire personality. You can't own the libs if the libs don't give a shit about putting them in jail. That's why we say if Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Bill Clinton, if any of them are in the Epstein files, put them in jail. But release those files. You don't want to do that though. Because if those Epstein's files are released, then your daddy goes to jail, and you don't want your daddy to go to jail. So Nate came in here spamming lock Tim Walz up, but Nate never requested up because Nate knows for a fact that I don't give a shit about locking Tim Walz up. I don't care. But Nate cares about locking Donald Trump up. So Nate won't get in the box. Come on, nasty Nate, get up here. I didn't think so. You fucking coward. Debbie's in the chat for Chanty for the $1 donation saying, I received enough financial aid to cover my expenses for college. However, I'm disabled and I was only able to go half a day since I'm pending on funding. I was unable to get my degree because the government said 5 years. I agree that we should have free for as long as it takes. Yeah, like, I mean, we should be able to get those, get access to free education whenever we are ready, because not everyone's ready for college as soon as they graduate high school. I think that's an important distinction to make. People will attend college when and how they're ready. Like, we shouldn't put people in a box when it comes to education or being able to attain education or whatever the case may be. We just need to provide an option for people to get it, not force people into, you can only get it this way. Like, that doesn't make sense. And I saw someone talking about like free online college. Sure, yeah, I agree with that too. Like, not every single person is going to fall into the same box. The point that I'm just trying to get across is that we need to make it available for people to be able to attain it versus making it, we should make it harder versus making it, we should make it easier versus making it harder. That's like my point when it comes to like a lot of different things. When it comes to like immigration, right? We should make it easier for people to obtain the status to come into the country and become citizens versus making it harder. Like, period. Like, let's just make it easier to succeed in life. W's in the chat for Tiana for the $5 donation saying, you're doing the Lord's work. Love your approach. I can't stand some of the over talking and going around in circles, which doesn't seem to get things done. Mad respect. Yeah, no, I don't know. I just like, in order to join a TikTok live, you have to be 18 years of age or older. And if you're 18 years of age or older, you're an adult and you should be able to handle yourself as such. And if you can't handle yourself as an adult in public, then maybe you shouldn't be like in public. I don't know, like, it's stupid. We don't walk around in public and just randomly interrupt people. We don't walk around in public and just start throwing slurs at people. We don't randomly walk around and just start yelling or crashing out in a normal conversation. So why is it that you think just because you're on the internet, because you're in a TikTok live, you think that like, oh, this is what you should be doing? No, absolutely not. You should conduct yourself as an adult because we're adults. And if you can't conduct yourself as an adult, then you don't have access to my platform and my space. I will talk to my chat. I actually love my chat. I have the best chat on TikTok. I will talk to them all day before I talk to a Trump supporter. I don't care about like not having opposition. If I don't have opposition, I don't have opposition, but I'm not gonna platform someone who doesn't have the ability to actually have like a conversation and doesn't have the ability to just like, you know, go back and forth. My wife told me that I yell too much at times, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't yell. And so that's why, yeah, gotta make sure. W's in chat for Lily for the $5 donation saying, today I had to call the police because a MAGA threatened my life. Holy shit, I'm sorry to hear that. He assumed because my last name is Spanish that I'm an immigrant. I'm a small portion of Native Americans and married into the name. The assumption they're making is dangerous and no joke. Like, seriously, that's the point that I try to get across to so many different people, right? The fact that when you start to actually say like, these people are, you know, this or that, it's the example that I use all the time, right? You can look at me and you don't know if, you know, I am Ethiopian, if I'm Somali, if I'm Haitian, if I'm from South Sudan, or like whatever, like none of that. You can't do any of those things, right? And so if you can't do any of those things, it's super dangerous to sit here and say like, oh, we're gonna profile this people based off of this, because most people can't tell the difference. It's the wildest thing. And for people to sit here and uphold that is fucking insane. 1 second, sorry. Sorry, guys. I had to get this message across. Yeah. The premise that, you know, like, it's fucking weird. Profiling is wild. He said, bro, I look at you and I see American. You do? You fucked up then. You shouldn't look at me and see American. You should look at me and see a black man, because I'm a black man. I'm black man. That's why the premise of people saying like, you know, we're all one race, the human race, that's stupid. Also, the premise like, oh, I don't see color, that's stupid as well. Because if you don't see color, then you don't see that people have different lived experiences. Because while I am an American, right? my lived experience is not the same as people of other races, right? And so like it contradicts itself. Like none of that makes sense. W's in chat for Sanja, who sent $1 donation. Sorry. Sent $2 donation saying I'm Australian. We also don't worship our politician. We openly mock them. We named a swarm center after the prime minister who disappeared in the ocean. God damn. Who disappeared in the ocean. We also pay 1% of our income tax towards our universal healthcare system. It's worth every cent. I know it is. I know it is. Like, that's how it works. God damn, that's funny. That's absolutely funny. W's in the chat. Dragon Lover, who sent $1 donation saying, we love you too, but Naruto is still the GOAT, Cap. It's Monkey D. Luffy. W's in the chat for Carissa for the $5 donation saying, nursing school, hard, nurses, exam shortage, professions now dangerous, free nursing education, relief for nursing students. Also, free college doesn't mean everyone just gets in. There will be standards. Only the requirements going away would be tuition. That's exactly fucking right. And Carissa, to your point, like we can move it past just like normal college degrees. We can look at those certifications and those certain things that are like in high demand and very, very much needed. Like it's more than just that. And so I think this is just the stepping stone and saying like, we need these things. We demand these things and we should have these things. Last but not least, Gia, thank you so much for the $4.99 YouTube super chat. Say, these debates were getting so frustrating. Thank you for taking this incredible, effective approach and continue to expose their biases. Exactly. That's what I try to do. I just try to call out contradictions. I mean, and like these people are filled with contradictions and no way they can believe the shit that they say. So W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Get the likes up to over 500,000 likes. Hit that follow button. If you see the word follow, hit that follow button. And we have Kobe, Athena here. One of the most amazing people that I know, someone that I adore dearly, one of my good friends, and I am going to give her the floor because there's something super, super important that I wanted her to be able to share with you guys.
Hi, happy
Hola, ¿cómo
Sunday. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Yeah, hi. No, but I hope you're doing well. I missed the live. I'm so sorry. I've been in and out of like calls the whole time. But yeah, no. Yeah, I wanted to say that today there is going to be a fundraiser. You guys have heard me talk about Sudan in the past. Unfortunately, the situation just continues getting worse. I don't know if you guys saw the latest update. Within 3 weeks in one city in El Fasher, about 60,000 people were unalived in 3 weeks. Crazy numbers, right? So there's a fundraiser being hosted today for an initiative called Darfuri IDP. Now, this particular initiative doesn't only help Sudanese people in Darfur, but it is run by Sudanese people from Darfur, right? The initiative is literally in the link tree in my bio. So the fundraiser is going to be hosted today at 6 p.m. Eastern. The Noisy Immigrant. And he's going to be hosting the live. It's going to be a fundraiser. Please, we're trying to raise about 10,000. That would help so many people. This initiative has already helped thousands of people, by the way. So it would be really awesome if you guys could make it to that live, The Noisy Immigrant, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then if you could donate as well. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The Darfuri IDP, that link is already in the link tree in my bio, by the way, where you can donate to. Even if you donate $1, $5, that would genuinely, really, literally help, right? So as much as you can. And if you can't donate, you can also just share the fundraiser. That would also be enough, right? Another thing I wanted to say is it's about 2 hours from now. Exactly. Thank you. It's 2 hours from now. The Noisy Immigrant. If you guys watch my latest video as well, well, not my DNA results, but the video prior to that, the latest video, there are a lot of Eritrean refugees who are currently starving in Ethiopian refugee camps. There is an active attempt to kind of cut off aid from them and purposefully starve them. And so in the video, you can literally see an Eritrean refugee who is, his name is Kalab, and he is just picking up grains from the ground, literally like the dirt with a lot of dirt and dust. And he's literally picking up the grains from the ground and he's putting it in a bag to eat. That is how much starvation and malnutrition people are going through on the ground. And this is unacceptable in 2026. If you want to help Eritrean refugees who are currently also starving, there is an initiative for that in the link tree in my bio. So the first two initiatives, the first one is for the starving Eritrean refugees, and the second one is for Darfuri IDP, the Sudanese fundraiser that we're going to be doing. Yeah, and if you want to help a Congolese initiative, you got Congolese initiatives as well. All of the link trees are in my bio if you just have extra money that you want to share, or if you want to share the initiatives, that is also amazing. One thing I will say is please, 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 please keep your eyes like on these issues that are happening. There are multiple genocides happening currently. It is genuinely horrific. And the fact that people are not watching and seeing how many people are dying is really, really frustrating. 60,000 people dying in 3 weeks and nobody talking about it, like in the mainstream news, is actually abysmal. And it just goes on to show that the humanity and the lives of Black people continue to get challenged even today in 2026. And also, I wanted to tell people to donate to Keith Porter because he has also a GoFundMe, and talk about him as well. Say his name because a lot of people are not talking about Keith Porter as well. His daughter released a video. I reposted, exactly, it was horrific. I reposted that video too. So please, please, and only his mother has a GoFundMe, by the way. I think there are multiple GoFundMes that were posted for him, but only his mother created a GoFundMe. That's the actual original GoFundMe. So go donate to him. So I wanted to talk about these 3 things that
Hey,
really,
I
really
just saw someone in the chat said they, for some reason, they couldn't click the link or something in your profile. I'm not sure. Is there anything going on with your link? I know my mods are about to start running your link tree in the poll, but is there any issue with the link that you know of?
No, not at all. I think my link tree is working, if I'm not mistaken. I just checked it when I came up here. Oh, it's not the link, it's the live, they're saying. Okay. Well,
okay.
Okay, I don't know. But like I can comment in the chat and y'all can click on my profile in the link tree. So as I just mentioned, the Noisy Immigrant Live, 6 p.m. Eastern, Darfuri IDP, the initiative in the link tree in my bio, and the Eritrean Refugee Initiative as well. And Keith Porter, talk about him too. Okay. Thank you so much, Santana. I appreciate you. And bon appetit, by the way. What are you eating?
Waffles. I ordered this waffle.
God.
Yeah, I love waffles, but I ordered like this. I don't know. It's like got blueberries and like some type of Pop-Tart creamy thing. I don't know. I just ordered something. So
that's the best. Please. Okay. Well, bon appetit. I'm not gonna keep you on any longer, so you can go and eat your meal. And I hope everybody has a blessed Sunday. You know, amazing start.
Hey, when you join the live or whatever, can you send it to me? I'll pop in.
Oh, thank you so much. That would be amazing. I appreciate you. Okay, well, bye.
Bye. All right, guys, we got a couple of people in the box. Just an FYI for anyone that is in the request, please, please, please make sure that you are either a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you are in the request, that means that you are either a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are driving towards these goals for 2028. This is going to be the requirement, the mandate that we have for whoever's going to represent the left from the Democratic ticket. These are things that we will stand on the rooftop and yell that they have to give these things to us. Not we want these things, not we should talk about these things, but we will stand 10 toes down and say, we demand these things. They got to give it to us, period. So if you disagree with any of these points, or if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box and let's go out. Nah, let's get after it. I mixed up go and get fuck it anyway. Let's see here. Hi Kelly, are you a Trump supporter or are you Kelly said Kelly said only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up. I guess this person isn't here either. Yeah, they're gone. I think we won. I think we won. I think I've officially convinced every single person. Or MAGA are too much of cowards to get in the box. Because I won't let them have their circular conversations. They get mad when I don't let them go, what about Biden? They get mad when I won't let them reflect on the good old days. I get it. I get it. Also, the new premise, if anyone hasn't seen this, right? If you haven't been here or like for some reason, I know we're only 11 days into 2026 and this is your first time seeing me in 2026, I have taken an actual, you still need to convince 41% of the country. It's crazy what they'll defend. Yeah, no, I mean, some stuff for sure, but not other stuff. Noam is sending 100 more agents to Minnesota. That doesn't shock me. If you haven't seen this, or if this is the first live that you've seen into the new year, a couple of things. I have this on the background right here specifically saying, crash out, you lose. I'm not dealing with crash outs, like at all. If it's gonna be a crash out or a crash in, you're done. You're done. If you're a crash out or you're a crash in, you're done. We're not doing those, period. Did it look like human race and ethics? Did it look at the human? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, what we're not going to do is allow you to what is a crash out? What is a crash in? You guys don't know what crash ins are? Oh, crash ins are the ones that immediately come up and lose their shit. Like crash ins are the ones that as soon as you let them up, they just immediately like lose their fucking mind. Crash ins are the worst. The crash ins are way worse than the crash outs because crash outs at the very least, like you have time to build and you can kind of see it coming and you can kind of just like, you know, you're right there. You're right there. But fucking crash ins come in and they just lose their shit from hello. They don't even say hello. They just start losing their shit. So yeah, crash ins, crash outs, right? So we're not doing any of those. Also, I'm not allowing people to say things that they can't substantiate. I think it's okay with sharing your opinions, right? I have no issues with talking about your opinions. I think your opinions should be based off of facts. But when you say things that are definite, then you should be able to substantiate the things that you actually say. And if you can't substantiate those things, then maybe you should stop saying them, period. And so if you're not going to actually, the one thing I've always said is I hate when people throw out numbers, because when you throw out numbers, that means that you've been able to quantify it. And if you've been able to quantify it, then you should be able to verify it. And if you can't verify it, then you have to stop saying it, period. I don't care about your feelings. Prove your words. And that seems to be a problem as well, right? That like literally earlier, there was a guy, he said, I'm not a Trump supporter. And he wanted to continue to say like what Kamala Harris did do or Kamala Harris didn't do. And I'm like, fine, let's talk about it. But at no point was he willing to actually give verifiable proof. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Santana, I really need you to speak louder about mandatory vasectomies. I love you so much for that, and I appreciate every word that you say about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Women have to go through so much with pregnancy and dealing with birth control anyway, and it has way more harder effects on our body than getting a vasectomy does.
Yeah, no, and I've said that so many times. Like the like mandatory vasectomies is more safe and effective than like the pill, the shot, or the IUD because of like the implications physically and the chemical implications. Like it's a huge thing. So absolutely. But I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Of course, I love you so much. Thank you.
No more. Thank you. Oh, I guess this person isn't gonna load. Okay, I thought that person was gonna load. Yeah, the point being, right? If you're gonna make a claim, then you have to be able to substantiate the claim. If you can't substantiate the claim, then you have to stop saying it. And the reason why I say that is because I feel like we've been letting Trump supporters off the hook, and that's why they run around and they repeat the same talking points, right? They repeat the same talking points, and you guys have heard this. They say the same things over and over and over and over and over, but they never get to the point where they're like, actually, I know that's not true, so I'm going to stop saying it. So I make them prove the thing that they're saying, and I don't let them just pivot off of it and say, all right, well, you know, next point. No, I absolutely refuse the whole premise of next point. Either you have to admit that you fucking lied, or you have to provide that source to prove your point. I don't care which one, but it will be one of the two. And I will not let you go on to your next point until you fulfill one of those two. Because at the very least, you're going to stop saying that shit around me. Because you know what happens when you don't make them do it and you let them move on to the next point? At some point, they go back to saying that same thing. And if we've already established that it's not true and they didn't concede that it's not true, then they're going to feel like they can continue to say that thing. There's no fucking point of having these circular conversations. None. None. So if you can't prove it, you can't say it. If you can prove it, fuck it, run with it. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. And that's the point that I've been, that's the point that I make all the time as well. Like I'm literally willing to accept anything. If you tell me that the fucking sky is made of marshmallows, sure. Sky is made of marshmallows, just prove it and I'll accept it. Give me credible sources verifying that the sky is made of marshmallows. And if you can do that, then I'll accept it. But if you can't prove it, and you put them down chocolate bars and graham crackers away, because there will be no s'mores for you. Period. W's in the chat for Yardra. Hey, Yardra, who sent a $30 donation saying, when I see you, I don't see a black man. I see a handsome human being. I don't see color or nationality. That's how my intelligent mom brought me up. I love you. I love you too, Yardra. I really, really appreciate you. And thank you for the $30 donation. But I'm telling you, hopefully you heard what I said about why you should always see people, right? I mean, I completely get the sentiment about that's something I've always talked about. I get the sentiment behind it. Like we're all people and we should treat people as people, which is true. But you can't negate the lived experiences of people because we're individual. And the premise that people have the same accessibility or hell, even just the standard of life as each other is not true, right? This is the example that I always get. And I give this to like white men or whatever when I'm talking to them because they love saying, as a black man, what can I do that you can't do as a white man? And so I give them the example about being stopped by a cop, right? I run this scenario past them every time and I'll say, hey, tell me, what do you do when you get stopped by a cop? And most of the times it's pretty generic and they kind of go along the lines of like, yeah, I see the cop, I pull over, they walk up, I give them my license and registration. They run my information, they give me a ticket, or they don't give me a ticket and I go on about my business, right? That's the stop for them, right? And then I run through like what I do as a Black man who doesn't have a criminal record, who has no warrants or anything like that, knowing that I, at the very most, I was speeding, but I haven't done, engaged in any type of illegal activities. I don't have any substance in my vehicle, and there's nothing, right? And I tell them, when I get stopped by the cops, so I see the siren, the first thing that I do is I either call my mom or my wife and let them know I've been stopped. And the honest truth is, it's because it's maybe the last time that I ever get to speak to them. That's the truth. So that's the first thing that I do is I call them and I let them know, like, hey, I just got stopped by the cops. And then I roll down the window and I put my hands on the steering wheel. And my hands don't move from the steering wheel. 10 and 2 the entire time. The cops walk up and the cops say, license and registration, proof of insurance. And from that point, I narrate to the cop, hey, my wallet is in my back pocket. I'm going to reach for my back pocket so I can grab my ID, and my insurance is in the glove compartment. I'm going to reach into the glove compartment and I'm going to grab my insurance. And once I get confirmation, yeah, okay. All right, I'm going for my back pocket now to get my wallet. Get my wallet out. Okay, now I'm going to the glove compartment to get my insurance. And then I hand it both to the cops. Left hand never moved off the steering wheel. Put my right hand back on the steering wheel, and I sit and I wait. And the cop walks away, goes back to the car, and in the entire time, never take my hands off the steering wheel. I sit there like this the entire time until the cop comes back. And then when the cop comes back, and either the cop says, all right, here's your ticket, here's a citation, or keep it moving, I say, thank you, take it, and I wait for him to walk away. I put the stuff back up, and then I leave. That's how I avoid being killed by the cops at a traffic stop. That's how I've lived my entire life. But if you're a white man, you wouldn't know that life. You wouldn't know like that's how you have to deal with things, because that's not your lived experience. That's not how a traffic stop goes for you. That's not something that you think about. Oh, and I immediately call my mom and my wife back and like, oh, still alive, still alive. We're good. I'm, whatever. So the whole premise as far as like, oh, I don't see color. It's a privileged stance because we don't all have the same lived experiences, and understanding that we all don't have the same lived experiences is something that needs to be recognized. And what's funny is I'm sitting here telling my story, but I can promise you to the Black people that's in the chat, they're like, yep, that's exactly what you do. White people in the chat, white people like, holy shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't believe that. Black people like, you got it down pat. But black people are like, bro, no ball. Isn't that interesting? For any of the Black people in the chat, was there any Black person in the chat that was surprised about what I just said? Just one. In one Black person in the chat that was actually shocked by what I said. And that's why the premise as far as like not seeing color is harmful, because when you sit there and say, I don't see color, then you have the thought process that everyone has the same lived experience, and we just don't. We just don't. And I'm not trying to shame anyone. I'm not trying to like upset anyone. I'm not trying to put anyone down. I'm just saying like understanding that like we're not all the same is super important. I tell this one as well because like it would be remiss of me to actually sit here and pretend like I don't have privilege because I'm a man. And so when talking to men and trying to explain the difference to men about like women and what they go through, I always say, hey, let's say you're walking down the street and it's dark and you're walking and you see a man walking in your direction. He doesn't look threatening, He doesn't look like he's going to harm you. He's just walking in your direction and you're walking in his direction. What do you do? And most of the time the men are like, yeah, I just keep walking. I might give one. For anyone that doesn't know, black people, when we see other black people, we go. But when we see white people, we go. We give white people the, but we give black people, right? Anyway, for men, I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, I see him, you know, whatever. We just keep walking. You said why? I don't. It's a black thing. He said why? It's just a black thing. I don't know. It's just a black thing. That one I can't even tell you why we do it. It's just a black thing. I don't know. I'm not even gonna hold you. Anyway, he said on God. Anyway, stop chat. You guys are throwing me off. So when another man sees another man walking down the street, we walk past. Some people size each other up or whatever, but like for the most part, we just walk, right? But you put a woman in that same situation, and oftentimes a woman will either cross the street, she'll reach in her purse for like mace or keys or whatever. She'll go the other direction. She'll get on the phone with someone. Women, when they are in those situations that men are in, and we don't necessarily think about any of those other things, women have to. And that's the point, right? That's the difference. I always tell people, like, for men have no ideas what it means to have your keys in between your fingers. Women do, though. I bet you there's a bunch of men in the chat that are absolutely confused when I tell you that women carry their keys between their fingers. And a bunch of men are like, what the fuck do you mean? Are they trying to be Wolverine? Fucking exactly. That's exactly what they're trying to do, is be Wolverine. But again, men, that's a lived experience that you don't have. And so if you don't see that, then you're negating the lived experience of other people. And that's my point. That's literally my point.
Epstein, fuck niggers! Epstein, fuck niggers!
Okay. So MAGA world, I have a serious question for you. Like, one, you coming up here and spamming nigger does nothing. Also saying Epstein does nothing either. Sure. Wait, hold on. You keep coming off mute and playing. I literally just said what you're playing in your song. Like, that does nothing. I know. It didn't make me melt. I'm still here. The question I do have, though, is like, do you have anything better than what you're doing? Like, serious question. Besides playing that song that says Epstein fuck niggers, right? One, I don't care. Two, it doesn't make me melt. Three, do you have anything better? So you don't have anything better. You have nothing better. Okay. All right. So listen, if you don't have anything better, then there's no point of me keeping you up here. Oh, okay. I'm gonna run. Right? This is the interesting thing as well. Right? I want to be perfectly clear. Right? One, guys, you don't have to report because that affects the live. Don't even worry about it. We're good. I've been called the N-word more than you could ever imagine in my life. So you coming up here playing something to call me the N-word, it doesn't make me clutch my pearls. I don't gasp. I don't cry. I don't melt. It literally does nothing to me. But that's how mediocre you are. Your clansessors would be so disappointing in you. So disappointed, because the only thing that you've done is lived off their racist past. I do not give a shit about you calling me the N-word. because the only thing that it does is exploit or expose your stupidity. It exposes your laziness. It exposes your lack of intelligence, because if you were actually intelligent, then you would be able to come up here and dismantle me as far as any of my points, my beliefs, the background. If you really wanted to do anything, then you would actually pick a point on the background and you would come up here and you would intellectually dunk on me. But you can't do it. You can't do it. So what you do is, instead of coming up here on your real page, because it wasn't your real page, you come up on a fake page, fake name, and you play the same thing over and over. And I try to give you an option to even say anything, but you're too much of a fucking coward to even put your voice out. I tell you what, I'm gonna say this. Itchy says this all the time, and yeah, it's the truth. When it comes to these racists, right? He says this all the time. You're the weakest generation of white men ever. Like these white Christian nationalists, these Nazis, these people who lean into all of this shit, they're literally the weakest generation. Because they don't hide behind sheets and go out in public. They run around on TikTok lives and spam the N-word and get their chubs off by doing that. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. It's so weird. And honestly, if you weren't such a fucking incel, then I would actually pity you. But since you are such a fucking incel, I'll just say fuck you. W's in the chat for Jay. Jay sent a $5 donation saying, when I see you, I don't see a black man. I see my op. Whatever, Jay. Come catch your smoke, Jay. W's in the chat for Jay. Jay is absolutely my biggest op. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, in regards to race/color, I've always hated the melting pot idea. Yes, that whole melting pot idea is like fucking wild. It strips away everyone and their uniqueness into one homogenous thing. We'd be better off when everyone holds on to what makes them who they are, and when it comes together. Exactly. Like that's the interesting part about being in the United States for me, right? Like the entire premise as far as being able to not only be who we are, but use who we are as individuals to make a better collective. Like that's the point. Like that's literally the point. W's in chat for Heather for the $1 donation saying, when I lived in Florida, I had to carry 2 pocket knives and pepper spray due to men following me and some trying to pin me. I always listen to what's going on around me and keep checking behind me. It's scary being a woman. It's fucking terrifying of being a woman. Terrifying. Listen, the reason why I say this all the time, right? And like the reason why certain men, especially men on the right, like hyper fixate on like quote unquote men and women spaces, right? The reason why they talk about that so heavily, the reason why they just like harp on, oh, men shouldn't be in women's spaces, men shouldn't be in women's spaces. The reason why they harp on that so heavily is because they knew if they had access to be in women's spaces, they would be predators. And so since they know that they would be predators if they had access to those women's spaces, they expect every single man to be a predator if they're in that woman's space. That's what it is. That's what it is. They know they're predators and they expect everyone to be a predator because they're a predator. Them's the facts. Absolutely the facts. You know what's funny? Where did he go? He just came back. Where'd that guy go? He just came back. The one that came up here playing the music and all the other shit, he came back into the live. Hey, Peach. Hey, Sunkiss. Sunkiss don't fuck with me no more. I see how Sunkiss is. Whatever. Let me tell you guys about like some of the worst friends I have. Some of the worst friends I have. Sunkiss doesn't love me. Hector is a bully. Who else? None of my friends fuck with me. They're all mean to me. I am so kind and so loving, and I would give the hat off of my head to any of my friends, and they are all just so mean to me. We should boo them all. Each and every one of them. We just have to boo. And also my mods. My mods bully me. Exactly. Justice for Santana. Yes, we should boo all of them and boo the mods as well, because my mods bully me, especially Corey. Corey is my biggest op. Debbie's in the chat for Celestial for the $5 super chat to say marshmallows are 75% air and the sky is all air. Therefore, marshmallows are made of sky, so sky is marshmallow. Fucking cooked. Cook me. Cook me, Sunkiss.
Nah, wait a minute. Saying I don't fuck with you is crazy word.
Whoa.
Crazy word.
Whoa. I call balls and strikes. That's all I do. I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Sir, young man.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do. Look at God. Look at God. See? See? That's what happened.
Love
when
you genuinely.
That was, listen, you cut out. Look, that was God stopping you.
Listen, because I said to you, even if you were to get me the hat off your head, baby, I couldn't fit it. Because your forehead's so motherfucking long. What am I supposed to do with that? Turn that shit into a tent? What would you like me to do? I'm just
Chat, didn't I say they all bully me?
Crazy.
Didn't I say they all bully me? I fucking called it. I told you they were all so mean to me. Did I not say that, chat? Look, Sunkiss came up here and proved the point. Was I wrong?
Who is bullying you?
You right now. You just did it.
Okay.
You just did it.
You got it. So you want me to stop being black? That's what I'm hearing.
Whoa, that is wild and super anti-black of you. Look at you.
How?
Boom.
How? Wake it up. You know roasting is a part of our culture. How? Say it to me plain. How? I'll wait. Don't worry.
I'm just saying. You guys should stop bullying me.
Dom hit me with the Darbo is sick word. But how are you, beloved? All joking aside, how are you, sweetie?
Good. It's been an interesting live. There's a few more people in the box, and I think like some of them may be Trump supporters, some of them not. I've been standing on big business as far as like what we have to do in 2028. And I think, Sunkiss, we're at the point where like we got to stop. Not only do we have to stop giving ground, but we got to start like demanding shit now and stop like accepting whatever the Democratic Party wants to give us. Like we have to come firm like on our demands and start demanding it and screaming it at the top of our lungs, because like fucking Trump and this administration, they're not only are they doing illegal shit, Sunkiss, they're just doing whatever the fuck they want. And at some point, we gotta be like, nah.
I know, and it's difficult because here's one of the pieces of stew.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we are all not going to have consensus about the Democratic Party because, again, the Democratic Party is the opposition party with no power.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, well, you know, the Republicans have not been in power, but they've been able to do X, Y, or Z. The Republicans do not care about the rule of law.
Don't give a shit about it, Sunkiss.
They don't care about law, and the Democratic Party does.
Mm-hmm.
So the question becomes is when you have one party that doesn't care and the other one that does, one, I want to make sure that we're not screaming so deep at the top of our lungs that we literally completely cut off the party, because then we are really fucked. There is no third option for us that we have access to that would take us at least a decade to build some form of foundation. I want to make sure we're being clear about that, because I'm seeing a lot of people, and I want to make, and the reason why I'm saying that is because we cannot afford to repeat what happened in 2024, in 2026, and 2028.
Like the people that's sitting there saying like, oh, I don't support Jasmine Crockett because of this.
And that's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Sunkiss, let me tell you. If I could, fucking super kick sweet chin music to every single one of them right in the mouth.
Right.
Out of here.
Because I want to make sure, and I want to make sure that us with good sense and common sense don't get to a point where we two are like, well, fuck the estate, fuck the part, fuck all. And it's like, no. We still have to live in this bitch. We still got to operate within a rule of law that makes some form of sense for all people. And when you start saying, well, I can't vote for this person because of this singular issue, you are cutting us off at the knees. I want to make sure we're not doing that. Does the party need to be overhauled? Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that it's a perfect, it's not. We all know that. But I want to make sure we don't get so far outside of ourselves as a people that we cut off our options because we're too busy being like, well, we need change now. Yep. And I've openly said 2028 will not be a year of change. I'm so sorry. Because it's going to be whoever gets in there has to focus on fixing as much as they possibly can from what this administration is.
It's going to be fucking wild. It's going to be fucking wild.
So I don't want to see them Jill Steiners, all them people, the purity politics, the purists, the accelerate. Well, they're not doing enough. Well, this is just like Joe Biden. First and foremost, politics is not reality TV. We as the American people should have never had this much access to everything that has been going on inside of that motherfucking house on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Genuinely, we should never known all this shit was taking place like this.
I'm good with not knowing shit. Like I always give I give the example like Men in Black, how like Tommy Lee and Will Smith had the conversation and told him like people, if you told them the truth, they would panic. Like I'm good with not knowing shit.
That's it. I slept good knowing Joseph Robin and Biden was doing whatever he needed to do in that house, and I didn't know about. I'm cool. I'm really okay. I was okay with Obama not broadcasting everything that they were fucking do. Shit, I'll take it a step further. I was cool with Bush. I wasn't. That was a lie. That was a step too far. I wasn't.
That was a bridge
I would take those Bush years now. I'm not gonna hold you. I would take those Bush years now because back then we were like, oh, it can't get any worse than the fuck it can.
You remember when Bush used to be the stupidest president we had? Oh my God.
Now I do anything to see that little sweet Texas. What little it would giggle me
Dick
just
Cheney behind him, and Dick Cheney was a fucking monster.
And again, my thing is this too, because I'll never forgive the people for this. When Kamala got the endorsement from Liz and Dick Cheney, and people sat up there and acted like she turned into a full Republican. And we were saying to the people, the fact that Dick Cheney is supporting Kamala Harris should tell everybody what the fuck they need to know about what is going to happen if Donald Trump gets back in this White House. And people were so focused on the fact that she got the endorsement from them. And they were like, oh, well, she's courting the red votes. And why would she do that? Because blue votes cannot win the party alone. Blue votes cannot win the presidency alone.
Well, and
people acted like it was this massive disregarding of public norms. I'm like, you all can't be this dumb.
Yeah, you can't say that, son.
I'm so sorry. You all cannot be that misinformed.
Yeah. I mean, you know what's funny though? That's why I have like with the stuff on the background, and I keep saying like we're gonna force these things on you, whether you want to like universal healthcare. We're gonna make you have universal healthcare because there's people on the right. It's like I don't want universal healthcare because that means that poor people get no fuck that. Everybody's gonna get it. I don't care if you want it or not. Like we have to force these things on people, and I think that's the point that people are missing. Like that certain people are willing to draw a line in the sand and say, well, I don't want to do this because of this. I don't want to do this because of this. And like at this point, we keep fucking moving backwards because we can't agree on how moving forward.
That's it, because I'm gonna be real honest with you. I don't give a fuck who you sleep with. No. I don't give a fuck what your genitalia is. Nope. I don't care that you have social programs that help you pay your motherfucking bills and your rent, and that it helps you get food. Great. I would rather have my tax dollars go towards that than the bullshit is going towards now. Yep. And it's so funny because the MAGA loves to complain about, well, I don't want my money going towards, so you don't mind your money going towards Donald Trump going down to Mar-a-Lago every weekend to play golf instead of actually using your taxpayer dollars. So I don't know, actually do something that would actually help you. You don't care about that, but you care about somebody being unhoused who's able to get social program help, social wellness programs help. You care about that. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I say this all the time. Like, one, you don't know what your tax dollars are going to anyway, but two, I'd rather have my tax dollars going to paying for healthcare, housing, or food for poor people than shooting babies in the face. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Let's talk about it. Or the fact that our tax dollars, and I've yet to really see anybody substantially have this conversation. Let's talk about the fact that our taxpayer dollars are going towards this militia, this homegrown militia of ICE.
Yeah.
Where our tax dollars are paying towards the unaliving of our fellow American citizens.
Yeah, they're murdering
Let's
people
really
in the streets.
shake the table.
Yeah.
Let's really wake it up. Nobody's having that because where do you think that money's coming from? Because don't say the Fed, don't say the Reserve.
Hold on a second, Sunkiss. The Chosen Führer, first and foremost, fucking wild name, right? You're a whole fucking Nazi in the chat. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not even gonna send you a request to come up because honestly, I don't give a shit if you come up or not. But I refuse to let Nazis have range to talk in my comments. So if you want to get in the box, we can go from there. But I'm not gonna invite you up. But you damn sure ain't gonna, talk in my chat.
Right, that's the piece that's wearing me down.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Sunkiss.
No, that's the piece that's wearing me down. Nobody wants to have these conversations. Everybody wants to have an opinion. Everybody wants to talk about things that they think they know instead of what they actually do know. They want to disregard fact, believe propaganda, and spread misinformation, but then doesn't want to do the actual research so they can actually look like they know what the fuck they're talking about. Everybody wants to be a pseudo-intellectual until it's time to be an actual intellectual. And that's the piece of this that is unsettling my spirit every day that we move through this bitch, is that people would rather be committed to spreading information they know is wrong so that they don't actually have to be wrong, so they can say, I'm right.
Yep.
How fucking dare you?
I've been holding them to task. I keep telling them, like, either you're going to prove the shit that you're saying or you're going to stop saying it. I don't really care which one. Honestly, I don't give a damn which one. But you're not going to keep saying the shit that's not true and just thinking I'm going to let you slide with it. And I also refuse to let them move past it.
And you're not going to play in my motherfucking face either, because I guarantee you, as soon as we get up out of this shit and everything starts looking better, that's when they're going to have their moment of enlightenment, their realization, talk about some, oh my God, I just don't understand how I allowed myself. Yes, you do, bitch. Yes, the fuck you do. Don't sit up there and say, well, I don't understand how I got here. And it was just so horrible. And I'm just so grateful for this. Your mother, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yes, you do. You voted for this shit because you were too unwilling to allow yourself to actually use the brain that you were given. And instead you wanted to be led around like sheep, so that it was easier for you to disregard what was in front of you, because you thought the worst years behind you were the worst years ahead of you, bitch.
Yep. Anyway.
No, don't say Sunkiss for president. They will never. I love America. Will not vote for me.
No.
America will never vote for me. They couldn't vote for the black woman with the joy and the hope and the funny laugh. They are never going to vote.
Enough.
Exactly. I am not. I am palatable enough for corporate America. I am not palatable enough for all of America. That's the piece that they will never vote for a black, gay, femme male. They will never do. They'd rather die.
I tell it's funny. I put this on my main page, right? I was talking about what happened with the shooting in Minneapolis, and I said on the video, like, it was going to make a lot of people uncomfortable because, like, they don't understand that like, the reason why black people aren't like screaming and like just over raging and all this other stuff is because, like, literally we've seen them kill black people daily. Like, this isn't something new to us.
Absolutely. To the point where we say black people get shot every day. Like, to the point where we have a phrase when they're like, oh my God, I can't believe this person, to us. I'm so sorry, not to be we're used to this.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're used to this.
But you know what I said, Sunkiss?
What'd you say about that?
When they start shooting white women in the face, white women,
that's
blonde hair, blue eyes in the middle of broad daylight. Oh, we're all fucking cooked. We're all fucking cooked.
Fuck that, and got it on camera.
We're all, and they're debating.
Got it on camera.
Sunkiss, they're debating, well, she turned her wheels this way, or well, she shouldn't have done this. Like, they're literally debating murder. Like, that's fucking wild.
Debating murder, talking about some, well, her wheels were turned. Bitch, we know how to drive. The fuck is you talking about?
We're cooked. We're absolutely cooked.
I'm not gonna say we're cooked because I just don't ascribe. Because if we're cooked, bitch, Why the fuck am I still clocking into work? Why the fuck am I still paying taxes? Why the fuck do I still gotta get about this bitch and go make something
If
shake?
it's gonna
every day?
happen, let it happen now, because I'm fucking tired of paying for shit.
So I don't want to say we're cooked, because I believe that is the thing that will demoralize us as a people, and then we won't fight. And we do still have to keep fighting.
The point that I'm trying to get across though is like there's no, I need people to understand that there's no limits, right? No restraints, no holding back. Like there's no line that they won't cross, and we need to be prepared for that. It's funny, people kept tagging me in like this Peyton video or whatever, right? Where he's talking about it. Yeah. And I was wondering like, why the hell do people keep tagging me in this video? And I finally like watched the video, and I made one comment, and I said this, right? I was like, listen, you've never heard me advocate for violence. That's not who I am. I'll never say that I'm sitting here and advocating for violence. But sometimes violence is necessary and needed. So
absolutely. And I think when we say that, people are like, well, what do you mean? I want to be really clear. You don't make it through your life without confrontation.
Yeah.
Confrontation is not a means, to an end. It is a means to progression, because how can you grow if you are if you are not able to accept conflict, if you're not able to be in disagreement, if you're not able to have to actually stand on and defend your point of view or your point of thinking or reasoning? How do you progress as a human being? How do you evolve? And I think the piece of this that we keep forgetting is that we as human beings are designed to evolve. We are designed to be in conflict, and there's a piece of us. And I'm saying this is not only a Libra, but it's somebody who will try every option before we got to get to that conflict. Sometimes maybe you have to go around all that to get to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is that we are now debating our morals. We have lost our moral compass because we all, as a nation, had an idea of what our morality meant and plurality to each other. And with MAGA, we no longer have that.
Yeah, no. I've always said this, and like, I've always said that I'm more Malcolm X than Martin Luther King. But the thing about it is they shot both of them. So
like
that's where we are. Anyway,
they shot both of them.
I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate. Don't you ever open up your motherfucking mouth to sit up here and say whatever.
Every time. One of the burdens that you have to bear for being my friend, and like, you all know this, one of the burdens that you have to carry with being my friends is I'm going to lie on you. I'm going to literally tell people that you guys do the shit that I do. I'm going to project. I'm going to, so, oh well. Have you ever heard the song called Stand Up In It?
Oh my God, please, no, not like this, God.
Have you heard that
Not
song?
like this, Jesus. No, I haven't.
Okay.
But somebody has been saying that to me recently.
Whoa, God damn. Okay.
We'll talk about that offline. We'll talk about that offline.
So I've been telling, do you know Solid, Super Solid?
Do I? Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Solid's dope. So I've been telling Solid, like, like you need to be aware of the game, be aware of like the song, like check this out, check the song out, da. And then it was like New Year's Eve, and he was like playing music, and if you sent a $5 donation whenever, he would play a song. And so I sent, a donation. I sent 25 because I was like, yeah, play this song. And he played it, and he was like, what the hell, this freak ass song? Anyway, he played the song, and then like everyone in the chat was like, what the fuck? And so the next day I went on Swan's Live.
Love Swan. That's daddy right there.
Yeah. I went on Swan's Live and told everybody that was a solid song, and he was forcing people to listen to it.
Why are you like this?
I'm just saying, like, you guys know that's the burden that you have to deal with. Like, that's your cross to bear, not mine.
So I will say this. I will also say this too. As your friend, as somebody who cares about you, please, Santana, make sure that you are taking care of yourself in all the ways that you can.
Always.
Please make sure that you are not allowing these people to steal your good energy, that they are not wrapping you around unnecessarily. Like, please make sure that you are doing right and well by you. Because I see you on here, and I'm like, now, Santana, when are you going to rest now? When are you going to rest?
Yeah, no.
And I keep that in my mind about you. I said, I want to make sure that you are not allowing these people to steal your life essence and your life work. Because again, the energy you put out is not the energy you will always receive back. And these people are out here to troll and do all of these things in this internet apparatus because they believe their actions will have no consequences. So I want to make sure that you taking real care of you too. Okay, boo?
Yeah, no, listen, I've created boundaries. That's why I put right up here, you crash out, you lose. I'm telling you, I've stopped yelling at people.
I'll shut this shit down.
Yeah, no, like fuck them. Like I said, and that's when you walked in here, I've been very open and adamant about this. I'd rather talk to my chat than talk to them. If they, like, you can't be a fucking adult, you're not going to get access. And so I'm over it. I'm not doing that in 2026, so.
No. And I've openly said in 2026, I'm not going above and beyond, over yonder, back and forth and back, up and down. I'm not doing none of that.
Hold on. Where's I can't see. Oh, where is it? I can't see. Sun Kiss.
Yeah. Hey, you're back and forth.
Ain't no way.
Not in this life, not in this life, no, the motherfucking next.
No.
I swear to God.
Nope.
We are too stressed with the bullshit that takes place every day with
day.
That man over there on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue when he's not in Mar-a-Lago. Or as I like to call it, AKA the Legion of Doom.
Fucking Legion of Doom.
The Legion of Doom, bitch. That's what we living in. The Legion of Doom. And we ain't got no Justice League or Avengers or X-Men.
We ain't even fucking got the Defenders.
Because we sent all them to the Phantom Zone.
God damn, we ain't even got the Defenders. We ain't got we got shit.
We ain't even got the Young Avengers. We ain't got the Children of X. We ain't got nothing, bitch. We just out here raw dogging it on our own.
We ain't got the Teen Titans. We ain't got shit.
No, Trigon done went on ahead and picked them up and took them out. Not the X-Men neither. They over there in Genosha somewhere living their best life.
Fucking Genosha living life.
Because we said, no, we don't need you muties. And they said, oh, watch this.
You know what, Sunkiss, though?
What?
I love our white counterparts, our white friends, the people that support us. But if I can get a ticket to Wakanda.
Oh, I'm going, bitch.
Listen.
You don't got to worry about Sunkiss.
Listen.
They're going to be like, where's Sunkiss at? Sunkiss is in Wakanda.
For each and every one of my white friends and the people that I love dearly, I love you guys, but if I can get a ride to Wakanda, you guys ain't gonna see me no more.
I'm going up over there with the Jabari tribe. I'm gonna find me one of them Jabari tribesmen. Give me a nice little setup over there on a piece of land in Wakanda.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say hey to Queen Shuri and all them. Go stop my queen with my grave. Share my condolences. Hey, sugar butt.
We will miss you, but we understand.
We'll miss you, but we understand.
I'll figure out how to sneak you in Wakanda. I'll sneak K in Wakanda.
Smoke. Like I said, I'm gonna go right up over there. Give me one of them Jabari men. Be on that mountain. Up there with on Baku and them. Hell yeah. Give me one of them furs, bitch. I'm gonna make something shake. See, I done brought one of these portable heaters from the mainland. That's all I needed.
No way. All right, listen.
That's all I needed.
Listen, all right, I'm gonna let you go. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on ahead and go. I'm holding up the line at the gas station. All right, boo. Love ya.
I love you too. Have a good one.
You too, baby.
My friends are the worst. What did you say? Can we get a white Gen X grandma subdivision? I don't know. Let me talk to Sherry, see what we can figure out. I don't know. We might be able to figure something out. I don't know. I feel like they would understand, right? Because this absolutely feels like in the episode of Endgame, like right when before Thanos got to Earth to take the Mind Stone from Vision, and all of them were just fighting for their life. That's kind of where it feels like we are right now. So maybe. There's a lot of people here.
Hey, Santana, what's up?
Hi, Killer Cross. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Actually, I just I didn't want to take up too much of your time, man. I just wanted to thank you for having the important conversations, man. Because I've been on these lives like all weekend long, especially about the Renee Good situation and everything going on with ICE. And your perspective is like pretty much the only one that I've seen of its kind, and it's just so important. And I'm a white cisgendered man, like, I mean, and to hear this this fresh and needed conversation, like I heard you on Dean's Live the other day, or maybe a week or so ago, say it's okay for you to accept your flowers. I think you need to accept your flowers here, man.
Oh, no,
I'm sorry
no.
I'm not
That
trying
makes
to
me
take up your
uncomfy.
time,
I don't like that. But you know what I do? I do want to kind of speak on it for a second. It's funny because like people have been talking about like Renee
Sure.
Good and and kind of what I was just saying with Sunkiss as far as like people wanting to debate the validity as far as like whether she should or should not have been murdered and like what happened with the car and the tires and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, when do we get to the point where we just like stop saying that people shouldn't be killed in broad daylight? Like what are we even doing? And so that's why, like, my background, I haven't really engaged with that. And then even if you see me on other people panels and people like get into the whole back and forth conversation about that, I try not to really involve myself in it or go too far, because like I'm not gonna sit here and debate people on murder. Like, that's fucking insane, and I refuse. So
Yeah, it's when have we been so willing to give up our rights as citizens?
Yeah.
I literally heard someone today say, well, if a citizen refuses a lawful order from any law enforcement, that they have the right to defend themselves in that manner. I'm just thinking, so does that mean that if you're at a traffic stop and an officer says to pull out your license and registration and you refuse to do it, he could just shoot you point blank? Like, what do you mean we have to just comply or be willing to risk our lives?
Yep.
Like,
absolutely.
where does this end then? We're going to go down a slippery slope.
Absolutely. But listen, Killer Cross, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down because I was looking for some debates, but I appreciate you. But thank you for coming up.
Absolutely.
All right.
Understood. Have a good one.
I wanted to say this really quick because there's someone in the comments, or I guess they skedaddled, right? They skedaddled. And someone by the name of Charlotte, who was spamming in the chat, they said, "Oh, but you guys celebrated when Charlie Kirk was killed." And that's not true. Like, no one was celebrating Charlie Kirk losing his life. We weren't sad. We didn't make Charlie Kirk theme music and t-shirts or turtlenecks or whatever, but like, no one was sitting here like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna throw something on the grill," right? That wasn't true. He said some did. Point me in a direction where people threw a party because Charlie Kirk lost his life. Yeah, exactly. The point being, though, is the hypocrisy for people on the right to actually say, "Oh, you guys don't like that this lady got murdered, but you don't have a problem with Charlie Kirk." No. Charlie Kirk was a racist asshole. He was a racist POS. And I've been consistent and persistent about that. I said that when he was alive, said it to his face, said it after he was dead. I don't care. But the point being is, you guys, for some reason, get so butthurt when people talk about Charlie Kirk, but yet you think it's funny to make fun of George Floyd, to make fun of Renee Good, to make fun of other people who aren't your idol, who lost their lives. And it's weird. It's weird. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. It's literally weird. So, yes, Charlie Kirk was the worst. Debbie's in the chat for Gadavana, I think it is, who sent a $2.22 super chat to say, starting at 12 years old, I had to start using my history book, house keys, and pepper spray to protect myself walking to the bus stop at the end of the street. 12 years old, being a girl/woman is terrifying. Exactly. Women, like, I think the men that don't understand the premise as far as like what women go through, it's fucking wild. So, Debbie's in the chat for Sheila. Debbie's in the chat for Sheila for the $25 donation, saying thank you for all that you do, Sheila. You're fucking amazing, and thank you for the 25. Debbie's in the chat for Joe for the $4 donation, saying totally agree. When you're drowning, you don't criticize the color of the lifeboat you have. You get in, you save yourself. I completely agree. Completely agree. Debbie's in the chat for Ren Little. Who sent a $2 donation saying, I don't know about everyone else, but I won't know I love you unless I roast the ish out of you. Hashtag Santana gets no justice, only love. But that's the thing about Black people. Black people absolutely, like, that's how, like, if we're not talking shit about you, if we're not giving you a hard time, then we don't really like you. If you ever really want to know if a Black person fucks with you, right? To all my palm color people, if you ever really want to know if a Black person fucks with you, when they're around you, do they like give you a hard time? Like, how much shit do they talk to you? Because if it seems just niceties, they don't really trust you. But if they're giving you shit, they fucks with you. Just an FYI. Maybe I should be gatekeeping, but I'm not. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation, saying they have Bucky as a white wolf, but they let me be the white panda. They might let you be the white panda. Oh shit. Did you say Charlie is the GOAT? You mean Charlie was the GOAT? I'm gonna mute you. Come up here and tell me about it. I don't think he can be the GOAT anymore. Debbie's in the chat for, let's see here, Activista for the $10 super chat. They say, Sophia Sergi, say her name. Absolutely. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for Rad, who sent a their note from their YouTube membership. Say, good question I asked. If you're lost in the woods at night, would you rather run into a man or a bear? Women would choose the bear. What's the man's motivation? Exactly. That was in chat for Nick for the $4.99 super chat to say, God, I love this woman. She's base AF. Sunkiss is fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Jessica for the $2 super chat to say, Black F. I don't want to go to FA sit-in New York. I'm scared. What do you mean FA sit-in New York? I don't know what kind of sit-in is happening in New York. W's in the chat for Rohit for the $2.99 Aussie. Say Santana Gojo. I don't know if I could go that far. Gojo is the absolute GOAT. Really quick, because I think this, let me do this really quick just to make sure. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Not a Trump supporter, but I want to talk to you about reparations. And yes, I did give you money, so you know that I'm not like I'm friendly, but I did want to talk about.
Oh, I mean, that's fine, but do you disagree with reparations, or do you want to talk about it?
When you say reparations, do you mean cash?
That's part of it. When I say reparations, I mean the starting point is money, land, tax breaks, and free education.
Because I don't think reparations as far as money is helpful for many reasons because of the whole fact that the people alive now are affected by more systemic things than just you know, what happened before. Like when they gave reparations, then they gave money to the Japanese people that were in internment camps. They gave reparations and money, and those people were still alive and had been affected by their property being taken away and everything. And they were giving them money to overcome that. But now with people that like non-white people that are systemically oppressed, I don't know that money would help in the same way that when you give people like welfare helps people in the moment, but it doesn't help them really get out of it in a lot of times. But that could be because of the whole, like, you know, you can't make a certain amount of money or else you're just going to be dropped off of it. That which wouldn't be the same thing with reparations. But I just don't know that cash and money would do anything. And I
got it. Cool. How much money do you have in your bank account?
Not too much. I should have it invested somewhere, but not.
Cool. Send all the money you have in your bank account to my pay links right now. Santana speaks for you. And
I don't want to give it out to you, but I have given you money. But it's not that my like.
But wait, hold on. So I mean, like, but you said money wouldn't help. So like, let's put that. Let's test that theory. Let's say you send every dollar that you have to my pay links, and let's see what I can do with the money that you give me.
What can you do with the money that I give you?
How much money?
I don't think transferring money from one person to another is going to.
I never suggested that, but I think that like the individual premise is something that we could test and actually put that to the actual. We can use this as a test case, right? I mean, let's see what happens if the material, the actual substance of life shifts. If I am all of a sudden we have an influx of cash that was available to you, and now it no longer is available to you, but it's available to me. Like, we can test that.
Well, I think you probably have more money than me, first of all. Second, I don't think that you getting this influx of money will do anything. Like, yeah, sure, you'll be able to spend it. You'll have more money in the time, but I don't think it'll do anything to help the future of this generation. Okay, they'll get an influx of money. And then what about the next generation? Are they still going to have the same systemic problems because
generational wealth?
Right, but it's not going to be how much money.
Yeah. See, but this is the thing that I'm getting across. That's why I said when you talk about reparations, we're not talking about just money. I mean, I think that if for anyone to sit here and say just money, then you short the meaning of what's necessary to make people whole. The premise behind reparations is not to just pay someone off. It's literally to try to make them whole, right? And the point that I'm getting across is, yes, money is a part of it. That's why I said money is a starting point. There's 4 things that have to be included in reparations. I think there could be many more, but these 4 things have to be included, which is money, which is land, which is tax breaks, and which is free education. Those 4 things have to be included. And once you combine those 4 things, then you can start talking about, like, how do we move forward? And you start to change the material reality of people that were affected by the things that have occurred throughout our country, right? You can change the social economic status of individuals. You can actually you can create and pass on generational wealth. You can use all of these things as a combination to try to make people whole so they can have the ability to not only further themselves in their lives, but their generations, their lineage to come. So when people sit here and say, well, oh, you shouldn't just give money. No, you should, because you know what? Like, when you talk about being able to actually utilize money in certain ways, I think it's important. I think it's super important. You can see, like, the difference that you have with the way that Black people reinvest in the economy, right? Black people specifically pour into the economy in different ways that other races don't necessarily do. But the bigger point that I'm trying to get across is that there's no way that you can have this conversation around reparations without money. I think that's really asinine to sit here and say, like, oh, we should look at these other things. No, we should look at all four of them, but that's the starter.
What about don't you think it would be a temporary fix? And now I understand money, but I would think of more of like a universal basic income for everybody and not just, and then help with the systemic stuff as far as the future. Okay, sorry, I'm tripping over my words a little bit, but there are a lot of people that need money that aren't not white, right? There are a lot of white people that also need money and they did not have the systemic problems, right? I'm with you that if white man is poor, you didn't say this, I said this, if white man's poor, he's just not doing white maleness right. But I do know that money helps people. I just don't think it's a long-term solution. But I understand that what you're saying about money would just
question for you. Why is it that have you been listening to what I said about like the option for free college? Have you listened to my premise behind that?
No, I haven't. I have not.
Okay. The premise behind free college is to give a public option that allows people to remove the barrier of accessing higher education, right? It's not about forcing people into college or saying that you have to go, but it's about saying like one of the biggest hindrance to being able to go to college is the financial aspect, right? And then once you talk about the financial aspect and you get past that, you talk about the nominal changes that can occur with gaining a college education. We understand that gaining a college education leads to becoming higher earners and postgraduate degrees and like all this other stuff. But something that stands in the way of people being able to even get to that point is quite often the access to pay for it. So if you eliminate the need or the financial burden on the individual, then they're more susceptible to engage in college. And that goes back to the premise of reparations, right? If you can alleviate the people that have been harmed by this country and disenfranchised by the country and made less than by this country, and put in situations where they've been unable to progress in multiple ways, and you actually give them the ability to take care of different financial aspects and purchase land additionally and purchase different levels of healthcare or whatever the case may be. You give them access to additional resources, and then you start to make them whole. But not only do you start to make them whole, but you allow them to remove additional barriers that have continued to hold them back. So the premise that you can do this without giving some form of compensation, like it just doesn't work that way.
Okay, yes. No, I agree with the compensation. I just think that I was just wondering about what you said about money because of the temporariness of it all. But getting rid of barriers makes sense for everybody though. Like getting rid of like college and like free college for everybody makes sense to me.
But you don't think that giving reparations to non-white people makes sense?
Well, it's not. I think that there needs to be more change, but
what do you mean more change?
What that change would look like. I would agree more. Like I agree more with affirmative action than I do with, and I know that that's weird. People don't agree with that, but I agree more with things like affirmative action for non-white people or people that are discriminated against.
Wait, so you think affirmative action would be more beneficial than reparations?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the systemic, like it's not just like
what's affirmative action?
Like how we all got a COVID check, right? Like it's not
sure,
just
but what's affirmative action?
It's where companies and everything are trying to, there are things in place where people are trying to hire and look more at
Affirmative action was a system put in place that created a quota that mandated a certain amount of representation in whether it's education or jobs or things like that. It's a quota system, right? It's saying that if you have 10 jobs open, then at least 3 of those jobs need to be filled by non-white people, right? That was affirmative action.
Okay.
How many people do you think actually have benefited from affirmative action?
I don't know.
You think every single person benefited, and every single non-white person benefited from affirmative action?
No, I know that white women benefited more from affirmative action.
Right. No. But do you think that all non-white people benefited from affirmative action?
No.
Okay, cool. Would all non-white people benefit from reparations?
Yes, but I would say that affirmative action, like that type of thing, I don't think affirmative action itself, because like I said, it did only help.
The premise that you are like shaping a system that would be targeted versus something that would make everyone whole, I think that's the problem, right? The bigger problem is that you have so many groups of people that have been infected negatively by the actual creation, the conception, the creation, and the duration of our country. And sitting here and saying that like there's maybe a system or a tool that we can use that'll specifically target certain people. Like if you're not talking about something that's going to affect every person that would fall within that category, then it's not beneficial. Like helping a few people within that category is not going to be beneficial. We have to help every person in that category.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate your time and explaining that to me.
I feel like you're still not, you're not nowhere near close to being on board because you're stuck to the money portion. Are you worried that you're going to have to pay for it?
No, I pay for a bunch of things that I don't want to pay for. And it's not that I don't want to pay for that. I think that Black people should not be scared to drive their cars. I think that, like I don't know that, yeah, I think that there should be change. I just don't know what that change looks like. But if you,
I have a
as a
question for
Black
you.
person, think that it is money, then I don't think, and all of the other things, then I don't think that I should doubt you on that.
Yeah, I was just gonna, you know what, that's funny. I was just gonna go to there and just to verify, are you a white woman?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
I'm Jewish, but yes.
So a white woman.
Yes.
Cool. So where I was going was, help me understand this, right? And I always think about like how I advocate for other marginalized groups, right? And there's certain things that I want to stick up and say and do and all this other stuff, but I realize that I have to listen to like the different people that have been more marginalized, or they're the ones that are affected by the issues or whatever. So I guess the question I have for you is, if Black people are coming forth and saying, you know what, a part of reparation, we definitely want money. Why would the inclination be, yeah, I hear you saying that you want money, but I don't think we should give you money?
No, I don't. I don't know what you mean by that. I just saw somebody say, I bet she was okay with Jews. Sorry. And I didn't get any.
I want you to lock in for like a second. Lock in for a second with me right here. Stay right here with me.
Yeah.
Stay right here with me. If a Black
that.
person is telling you, they're like, hey, reparations,
Yeah.
part of reparations, we definitely want money. Why would you think, I don't think you should have money?
Well, it's not that I don't think you should have money. I just don't know that it would be like that it would change anything in the long run, because, the people today were not affected by slavery, and the people in later were not affected by slavery. They are affected by systemic things that are happening right now because of that, but they were not personally affected by that. So I don't think just a cash you know, like we all got.
Question for you. You said you're Jewish, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get my.
Why is Jewish people within the US, why are there so many Jewish people that actually still uphold and support the idea of Israel?
I don't know. I'm not religious. I'm an atheist, but I'm just Jewish by
Any actual Jewish person that you know, though, you don't know why they are so in support of Israel? Because I've heard this like a million times. You've never heard anyone say, well, you never know what's going to happen if, you know, there's another Holocaust and we have a place to go.
I have, like, I don't
That's interesting. Yeah, many Jewish people that I've had conversations with tell me like that's why they support Israel, because it's a land that's theirs and they never know and they have to be able to go back to it, right? And the conversation that I've had with certain Jewish people is that like the premise is, as far as like, oh, you know, if things get thick, we're just gonna leave this country and go to this other country. And I'm like, no, this is your country. Like the United States is your country. Why would you just give up your country? That doesn't make sense. Like, why would you just say, I'm just gonna go back? But even more so, right? A lot of these people that I've spoken with, they didn't live through the Holocaust. They didn't live through those, you know, things, but they're still sitting here talking about those things because it affects them today. And so the premise that just because certain people weren't alive then doesn't mean that those things aren't affecting them today. Like I just like that's a false narrative. But the bigger point that I want to make sure that I hammer home is like if you have someone who has been disenfranchised and they're telling you like, hey, I've been harmed, and I think this is one of the ways that will help heal the harm, then who are we to sit here and say, I don't agree with that way of helping to heal the harm?
I mean, I'm not. No, I agree that if that's what people think, that's what should happen. I mean, I'm not, it's not like I'm going to like, I'm not gonna vote against, like, it's not like
the point that I'm just trying to get across is
like,
that if Black people are saying part of what reparations mean to us is money, then maybe just don't push back on that. Like, even if you think it'll be beneficial or not, like if Black people are literally saying like, hey, this is a part of what we want, it's okay for you to say, all right, cool. I mean, if that's a part of what you want, then all right. This is kind of like what I tell people all the time, like when I talk to Trump supporters or people on the right, when they say, oh, I don't believe in, you know, abortion. That's fine. That's fine. You can personally not believe in abortion, but as long as you're not trying to legislate and, you know, push your beliefs on other people, that's fine. So you may not necessarily believe that money would be beneficial as far as a part of reparations. But if Black people are saying, yeah, we want money as well, then like, yeah, we should go ahead and do that.
No, I understand what you're saying, but so somebody just said, like, since I'm Jewish, I got my reparations, and I didn't. So it's like, what about the future, you know, the future?
I said multiple times to lock in with me and talk to me up on the panel. I don't understand continuing to talk to like the chat. We weren't talking to the chat. You were talking to me. Like, it's for any and everyone who joins any type of lives. Like when you're up on the panel, it's rude to engage with the chat and to stare at the chat or type in the chat when you're talking to people on the panel. Like that's the point of being up on the live, not being in the chat. I don't know. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Saying video just released of ICE going to Minneapolis home and ramming doors in and charging in. Yes, they are. They've JD Vance is talking about them going door to door, but like literally they had already made the decision to go door to door. So JB La Dog or whatever, cool. Reparation my balls. Guess what? You're muted because you're a coward and you won't request up. So. Oh, why'd you block him? No, don't block him. Don't block him. No, damn it. I wanted to mute him. he wasn't going to come up. I much prefer to keep them hating from outside of the club. It's much more fun when they have to watch in silence than being able to say the stuff. So, W's in the chat for Samantha for the $5 donation saying, people acting like money doesn't change life is crazy. Exactly. I had to stay in a DV relationship for 5 years because I could not afford to, I couldn't not afford not to. Money can dramatically change folks' access to education, opportunity, and security. Reparations are important and will make a huge difference. I could not agree more. There was in the chat for Jessica for the $2 super chat to say, sorry for the free, the free American walk out /in the on the 20th in New York. I hadn't heard about that. That's dope. All right. I know there's other people in the chat, but I'm done. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I am done. We're way over. And honestly, I was just kind of shooting the shit for a little while, and then it turned into a thing. So I'm going to call it. We are going to wrap it up here. It's been fun. So, yeah, let's get out of here.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hop, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, guys, W's in the chat for Patricia. Patricia sent a $3 donation saying, for spreading education and awareness. Absolutely, Patricia. Thank you so much for that $3 donation. You're fucking awesome. Guys, everyone, before you get out of here, hit that follow button. Look up at the top, hit that follow button. And also, if you have not followed the main account, hit that follow button. I'll be on the main account later. You guys are wonderful today. Absolutely. Like I said, 2026, we're not dealing with crash outs. We're not dealing with incels. We're not dealing with any of the lunacy that occurs. I refuse. So, yeah. W's in chat for Allison for the $5 donation. So remember to add the tiny violin sound to the soundboard. I gotta remember to do that. W's in chat for Allison. Thank you for the $5. I'm gonna get out here, guys. You guys may see me around doing something later today. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $10 donation saying, have a good night. Thank you for what you're doing. Absolutely, Amanda. Thank you so much for the 10. Yeah, I may be around later. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, but keep an eye out for me. So at the very least, I'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. Guys, thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being so amazing. I love you all so very much. So very much. As always.